this is perfect. This is the perfect crime because it's so organized. And from a law enforcement perspective, of the disappear game, where it's so organized and thought through that from a law enforcement perspective, all my roads have been closed off.
This is former police officer Stephen Zelich. In June 2014, several suitcases are found abandoned along a rural Wisconsin road. What's inside shocks even seasoned investigators. The suitcases contain the remains of two women, later identified as Jenny Garmes, 19, and Laura Simonson, 37. Investigators determine both women were strangled, but had been killed months apart. As detectives piece together the women's final moments, one name keeps surfacing: ex-cop Stephen Zelich. A disturbing pattern begins to emerge. Investigators learn Zelich met both women online, encouraged them to disappear from their normal lives, and arranged sexual encounters shortly before their deaths. Zelich is brought into the station for questioning as detectives try to determine whether they've just caught a serial killer.
Here, this is taken from your apartment.
Sure.
So, that's kind of what you were talking about your stuff having to be portable and kind of how you transported everything. Did you bring this suitcase with you to Rochester when you went to meet Laura?
It was either, I would say yes, and it was either, this one or the one that she was in. The black one.
Okay.
The black, not the pink one, the black one.
The black one that she was in, was that one that you brought from your house then, or was that one that Laura brought?
Either or. It was either hers or mine.
Okay.
And this is the opposite. So either this one is hers or this one is mine, and vice versa.
Okay, well, this is at your house.
Right.
And you had this all set up. So do you remember when you went to meet Jenny, from the time you went to meet Jenny to the time you went to meet Laura, so like August of 2012 to November of 2013, so you got kind of a span, did you put everything into this black suitcase? This stuff, and kept it in there, and then this is what you would use for your stuff? Or did you change suitcases?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Because you had Jenny. I had a big full-size black nylon suitcase for mine. And the detail to your question, I don't remember if this is the same one that's mine, or that might have been Laura's.
Okay.
And I flip-flopped them.
Well, this...
one is...
I see what you're saying, yeah.
I think one is slightly bigger than the other.
Okay, so this one, this blue one, I don't know if it's this one that we're looking at or not, but one, you had a black suitcase that had this name, this
type of tag on it.
Yeah. Is this?
That doesn't look like it would be my tag.
Yeah, this actually, it's got a number and a name and stuff from Oregon. This black suitcase. So this is a Oregon number, and it looks like Beaverton, Oregon on there. So does that ring a bell for this suitcase being your suitcase, or not?
No, I'm thinking black full-size suitcase would not have a tag like that.
Okay, yours one. Okay.
Mine would.
Okay. This is
Do you know whose bag this is then? Do you remember whose bag this is?
I mean, I don't. And I don't know. Is this a full-size one? Is it a big full-size one?
Yeah, a big black one.
Mine would be a big black one. Fairly newer.
Okay.
And it wouldn't have any type of tag on it like that.
Okay.
That would be mine.
So when we followed up, we called a number and kind of checked this out. This was a bag that Jenny actually had at one time.
Okay.
So do you remember you taking Jenny's bag specifically? What do you remember about that?
No, because with hers, I really remember the pink one.
Okay.
The pinkish one. That one I identified with her.
Okay. So you didn't identify this bag with her at all?
Not particularly, no. That's not. I don't remember that, or I don't really associate that one. Like I said, the one I associate with her is the pinkish ones.
Okay.
But it's not yours, correct?
Correct.
And do you remember how I got it in your home?
Not particularly.
Do you get out-of-town visitors during that period of time?
No.
The suitcases?
No.
Okay, so you don't get any out-of-town visitors. Okay. All right.
Okay, but you don't associate Jenny with this suitcase. This doesn't have any special meaning to you.
No.
Because, you know me, I think about stuff from a different standpoint because of my background, and I was wondering, did you specifically keep this suitcase of Jenny's because it's Jenny's?
No.
Okay, so no association?
No association with that. And again, she may have had multiple, but again, the pink one I associate with her, but that being pink, and remember her having the pink one.
Okay. Okay. The other thing I was wanting to follow back up on, what did you do with Jenny's personal belongings?
And that was, I think Gil asked me, or Jeff, I'm not sure, asked me a similar question, and that was just miscellaneously discarded, personal clothing, toiletries or whatever was in there.
What about the more expensive stuff like the tablet, electronic tablet, or a cell phone?
Same thing, just randomly discarded.
So you just threw away the electronic tablet?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember where you threw that away?
No, not really, because that was with both. That was just randomly tossed garbages, dumpsters, just no real plan or purpose with that.
Now, I know that Laura had a cell phone that she had with her.
Okay.
Do you remember what you did with Laura's cell phone?
Same thing. If she had, I don't even specifically recall. I mean, I don't specifically, but anything was probably tossed just randomly.
Okay. Because the reason why I know about Laura is because in your chats you got pretty specific with Laura on it, and you had said, when you walk through all those things that you talked about, close your accounts and do all that, one thing you had said is, keep this phone, have it with you. I won't be able to communicate with you when I leave, but bring this phone with you, and you have the instant messenger piece of it.
And I don't specifically remember the phone. I guess I don't specifically, I can't picture it, but any of her, with both, randomly, basically just randomly thrown out. Okay.
Well, you know how you talked about that stuff with Laura, the list of being the fantasies and the different duties to do as far as kind of part of that control?
Yes.
Did you have that same conversation with Jenny like that?
Well, I think we probably to some degree. I can't recall the specific conversation. It's been a bit of time now back. I'm sure some of the conversations were similar. But specifically the way those items, no, I don't recall that.
Because when I was looking through that, you had a lot of detail with the ones for Laura, kind of walking through different things. And I know before you talked about how some of this stuff is just stuff that you say to a lot of people and it's out there and stuff like that. And so from August of 2012, and then we've kind of narrowed it down, probably August of 2012 when you encountered Jenny. Okay. So from like August of 2012 to November of 2013 with Laura, do you think you were still using the same, that kind of same mantra, or do you think that how it was different with Jenny?
Well, in general, it was probably the same. It would depend on, I suppose, how long one was talking to any individual, and how maybe how much the conversation might have progressed too.
So-
a potential meeting.
Yeah.
Or,
Okay. Well, one thing you talked about with Laura is deleting her Facebook page.
okay.
Do you remember talking about that with Jenny?
No, not specifically.
Why would you want Laura to delete her Facebook page?
Well, all of that is, reference all of that type of discussion, referencing long-term relationship under the BDSM
Yeah.
foundation or, basis or foundation. And then it all goes to the control thing and really the switching from the vanilla, as we talked about yesterday, to those type of things really wouldn't be needed. Those cell phone or Facebook or that type of thing.
I see. So there's a chance that you could have had that same conversation with Jenny.
It's possible.
Potentially.
It's possible.
So you know how you talked about both with Jenny and Laura that you weren't set up to have a permanent slave, that wasn't, you weren't interested in kind of the long term, setup like that. I think we forgot to talk about yesterday that when you picked up Jenny, checked in, it was a Friday, you would be checking out on a Sunday.
Right.
What was going to happen on Sunday with Jenny if the incident had happened? What was going to happen at checkout? Because she thought she was coming
Friday,
Friday,
Saturday, Sunday.
Yep.
And that the intention there really was going to be fly her or provide her a flight out and flight back because unfortunately I'm not or was not and am not in a position for the long term, and that's where probably short term was the only option. As we discussed yesterday, the play or session or meeting.
Okay. So did she have a one-way ticket or a two-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Did you buy her a ticket?
No.
She bought her ticket. Okay. Okay. So you remember how we talked yesterday too about the pink fingernail polish
Yes.
and the clean shaven, and you were saying it's kind of a preference and another kind of control, telling Laura to do those things.
Right.
Did you tell Jenny to do those same things as well?
Specifically, I don't recall, but it does sound like something I very well could have because it was probably a preference.
Have you always been into pink fingernail polish as a preference for you, or what you would say, or is that something that happened with Jenny?
That would probably be a preference if that topic came up. I would probably reference the same thing.
Okay. So and I this is kind of, I just put this out here to kind of talk about it because I was thinking about it last night after we talked. And so Jenny had pink. I know Jenny had pink fingernail polish on, right?
You mentioned that, yeah.
She's clean shaven as well. When you're communicating with Laura, and obviously with Jenny, I know that the incident happened, and that occurred. But we talked about last night. There was all that breath play and that control and everything up until that point. It was very exhilarating, very exciting, very erotic, a very positive experience, right?
Enjoyable, certainly. Within an activity, within the BDSM. Yes.
Way more enjoyable than spanking, right?
I would say yes, but all enjoyable. I mean, all the activities within that is enjoyable.
Well, I'm talking though specifically kind of about you.
Okay.
So when we talked about you last night, you were saying bondage and control. Those are really that's that umbrella that I'm kind of under, and I really like that stuff. So
that's
I would
the foundation.
the foundation of it.
Probably.
So I would think that there is to be that positive aspect, that breath play. In Jenny, when we're looking at Jenny and that experience being the first time that you had kind of really gone through with that, right?
Well,
Am I?
overall, you're correct. Yes. I mean,
What am I not correct on? Feel free to correct me, because I want to make sure I'm understanding.
well, those are, as we discussed, the two high level or they're higher level
Yeah.
activities, and they're enjoyable, and they're all based on the control and I guess we have to repeat some of what you said because I did.
Well, just, if I say something that's wrong, just cut me off and say, no, I think of this way or that. Okay, so.
Okay.
But anyways, we're talking about this area of breath play with Jenny and that being an enjoyable experience,
Yes.
and kind of going into that. So when you're getting Laura ready to kind of for this face-to-face encounter, and
Yes.
you're going through the different, what do you call them, demands or criteria or protocol, what did you use?
Well, they're
as-
protocols, kind of protocols.
Protocols. Here, that was the word. Okay. So when you're going through that with Laura, is there a part? I'm thinking about how important the control is, and not everybody can be at this level of doing this high end, level of a bondage exercise, with the breath play.
Right.
And so, is there, when you're kind of starting to get Laura for these protocols and going through the protocols, is there a part of Laura's experience that is mirroring Jenny's? Because of how enjoyable and exciting Jenny's was, of kind of trying to recreate. Kind of like if it was a fantasy, you'd be kind of putting that same fantasy together.
Sure.
But for you, like I said, it's not fantasy because it's
Sure,
a reality.
I understand now. Well, there are certainly similarities, and I must
Yeah.
have been thinking along those lines. That
Okay.
there are similarities, between
Yeah.
these two instances.
Because they almost, like, when you put them up to each other, they're just almost identical. And that's what I was thinking. So you say...
And I don't know if that was absolutely conscious, but when I look at the two, obviously they're very similar. So either I consciously thought that, or planned that, or preferred that, or it maybe just naturally occurred because that was maybe a preference.
So yeah, either way, though, kind of you leading yourself down that path because of the preference, whether because you already knew it was enjoyable, so the road map's already there, and you're kind of going through it.
In my mind, sure.
Okay.
It's like, for example, you remember your first cigarette, right?
Mhm.
That was a damn good cigarette. And as you go on over the years, you enjoy it a little bit, but it's not as good as that first cigarette. You know what I'm saying? Are you trying to recreate that experience, that feeling from the first one to the second one?
The part when I described very accurate, I can't say consciously that I consciously said to myself, I'm going to recreate. That I like this so much that I'm going to recreate it exactly. Although it appears very accurately.
Well, and that's why I wonder if
it's not-
it's can't or you won't. You know what I mean? Because it's very kind of, when we look at it, it's a total mirror. It's a total mirror, and that breath control exercise, the breath play with Jenny, if I understand from everything that we talked about last night and all the information I know about the BDSM foundation and this is that lifestyle, that's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big event. It's not one that you would forget. It's kind of like winning the Super Bowl. It's up there on the top, and all the people that win the Super Bowl, they're going to remember that Super Bowl, and they're going to want to get to the Super Bowl again, right? I mean, it's magnified. It's significant. It puts you at a different level in the BDSM community that you're willing to do that high-end activity that requires a type of associated risk with it. It's kind of a status in a way. I mean, that's kind of.
I don't disagree. I just the only thing yesterday and today, the only part that I pause with is that I don't feel or recall that I'm consciously saying, Steve, telling myself or thinking of it so definitively that way. So clearly, that's talking to myself or imaging it that way.
Do you remember yesterday how we were talking between the first one and the second one, and when you got to the second one, you continued to say that it was very much so like the first one. Many times you kept referring to the first one. The second was like the first one. You know, do you remember saying that to me yesterday?
Yes.
Very similar to like the first one. You know, it's almost like the same MO. If I could, you being a law officer.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
when you look at it, yes, the similarities of the two instances are similar. The only slight part I'm pointing out is that I don't recall or feel I was consciously saying, creating it or recreating it.
But thinking back right now, what would you think?
Well, there must have been incredible preference and subconscious, appreciation for the first one, or I just don't recall or feel that I was first one, second one. I'm going to recreate it so specifically. That I just don't feel I was doing, consciously anyway.
It's kind of semantics in a way. You know what I mean? When you're saying, the way you're kind of talking about it, it's like, I'm wondering, what are you afraid of if you say, yeah, I was consciously planning it? How do you think that changes this? Because it seems like it's so, you're saying it's similar. There must have been a preference. There must have been a definite gravitation towards that.
But the second incident, or the items of the decision to the activities, that's the word I'm looking for, the activities, I could have picked up one of a million activities, both for Jenny and Laura.
Yeah. This breath play is kind of on that hierarchy. It's kind of like, when you start doing your climbing and you want to climb and you do that, and then you start getting more and more difficult climbs, right? Like if you're a climber and you're out there climbing, eventually it gets more challenging, and you start to go to more challenging terrain and stuff like that. I understand the BDSM culture, and that's a very distinct high-end technique.
It is.
Right?
It is.
It is. And so it was eventually going to come. You were eventually going to get to breath play because of the evolution of kind of how you were blossoming into the BDSM culture, and you were kind of gravitating towards the not vanilla kind.
Correct.
And to use your word in that, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And so I guess when I'm looking at that and I see the similarities, I'm just wondering about that, because it seems like you're getting really hung up on, well, I don't know if I was consciously planning that. I don't know if I was consciously seeking that out. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't want to be intentionally hanging anything. I mean, your description of the way you described it, I'm not really disputing anything. I'm just the only slight point I'm making is that I don't recall or feel that I was so conscious on that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, because this might help too. When you're getting your stuff together for Laura, and you're going to go pick her up, and you have a face-to-face encounter, and it's going to be more of a short-term face-to-face encounter.
Right.
Are you thinking about, I'm going to do breath play?
On the way.
You have a 5-hour drive, right, or however long the long drive. Yeah. Are you thinking, I'm going to do breath play?
Well, I'm sure that that was one of many thoughts.
Okay.
And I'm sure I had.
What other thoughts were you thinking when you're driving?
Different activities, activity-wise.
Okay, so what other activities were you thinking when you're driving and you're thinking, Laura? What are the other activities you're thinking? These are ones I want to do, or these are ones I want to try.
Types of bondage, types of control. What type of
So 5
accessories did I? What do I have? What do I bring?
You only have one of these packs, or you probably said you had like 2.
I believe 2.
2. Yeah, they're the smaller one. I'm thinking a bigger one.
They're almost exactly packed in the same. Like I look at this. This is. It doesn't look. It looks organized to me. Like you got all the special tools that you're going to need for this encounter. And if you look at the other bag, this takes planning. It's not something that you're an organized man. You're very organized, and this shows me the way these suitcases are packed. They may look a little disorganized, but they're actually not, because every tool here
It's probably connected.
it's somehow connected. It's somewhere. It's for a special event. This takes thinking out. This is not like disorganized, and that's why she's trying to get you. Are you trying to reach the same action all the time? Trying to recreate the first event? Because this here looks like I like it. I want to do it just the right way, and I want to plan everything the right way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do understand. I'm generally an organized person overall.
Okay.
Overall.
Okay.
But, and I'm not disputing that, although this is not, it could have been far more organized. It's a little disheveled.
But there's probably a rhyme and reason to the way things are in there and the different items are with certain other items, right?
Not particularly. That's, I think you're giving me or analyzing it a little bit too much. I don't, this is in my mind pretty kind of thrown together a little bit.
Let me talk to you about Laura, okay? And when you went to go pick up Laura, you wrote me that diagram, okay? And you were able to tell me where her home was.
Right.
And you were to meet her over here.
Right.
That was all planned out. It's organized.
Right.
Why didn't you go like a gentleman and go pick her up?
At her house.
At her house, if nothing really was going to happen.
No, I believe.
Why did you meet her down here?
I believe the discussion and plans were to meet at the school.
Discussion and plan, organized. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
If I'm going to take out a young lady, I'm going to knock at the door, I'm going to pick her up, and if I want to have whatever type of sex that we agree that, well, fine, I'm going to go and make love or whatever I got to do, and I'll bring her back.
But in this sense, it's part of the control to make her walk there, right? Part of the planning and stuff?
No, I believe it was her description and to meet her actually suggestion to meet at the school. I don't think for whatever I'm speculating, whatever her reasons might have been, she did not want a direct pickup at the house. I did not have an address of her residence.
But you're the master, you could have asked for it, correct?
I certainly could have asked.
Okay.
But she said she lives very close to the school, and her preferences seem to be. You'll find the school.
Okay.
The school's very close to my house. It's right on the It's right at the intersection, and that's first where I parked and waited. And she was running a little late, and to make sure I was in the right spot, didn't want to miss, and I went, in the general area. I think I went south a little bit to check, and went north. I believe that's the proper directions. And as I was going north, school at the intersection, this direction, and then she came from across the street. She was walking on the other side of the street.
And she had bags with her?
Yeah, she had
a roller bag? Like
a roller bag,
suitcase?
and I want to say 3 bags, 4 bags, or 3 bags, maybe in a duffel bag type of thing.
Okay. So when you're driving and you're kind of thinking about the different activities you're going to do, and you know what stuff you have with that you brought with, and you're thinking, breath play is on that list, right?
Sure.
Okay. So tell me what you're thinking when you think about breath play.
Well, breath play is, I'm always conscious that it's a higher end activity, but it is a very controlling activity. I know we discussed it a little bit yesterday. With admitted risk, but it's very on that control scale. It's very high.
Well, and there seems like when I think about it, like you said, this admitted risk, right? There's almost kind of like an unstated. There's almost kind of like there's something unstated that goes with it, or something that's kind of assumed with it, right? So, what for somebody who's not in, that understands the full dimension of that, what is that? Like, if you were to describe that to somebody, let's say somebody who's new to the BDSM world, and you say, hey, have you ever did breath play? And they say, well, what's that? How do you describe that to them? Do you go into any more detail than you just did right now?
You can, and you mentioned how it occurs, and we talked about yesterday. It can be hand and nose and gags and rope and constricting and choking is very popular in BDSM. That's a very popular form of it. And for a lot of people who are newer, they don't know about it initially, and they learn. And over time, they are exposed to it and learn. I don't recall specifically discussing it with Laura.
Okay.
In previous conversation.
Okay.
That I don't recall.
Okay, what about Jenny? Do you remember specifically discussing with Jenny?
No, I don't specifically recall activity-wise.
Okay.
I think the majority, if you look back, and I'm certainly not disputing any of the Yahoo interaction, but most discussion is less specific activity-wise and more overall conceptual to what being.
Well, when you talk about the inherent risk that's there, what does that mean? Like, what does that mean to you, the inherent risk?
Well, it's just by the nature of breath play that and constricting breath. That is, it's potentially dangerous.
You say potentially deadly?
Well, it certainly can be. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
So when you think of inherent risk, you kind of have this disclaimer that kind of goes with it. You know what I mean? I mean, with breath play, there's kind of a disclaimer in your mind. There's a risk that's associated here. It can be dangerous, depending on different factors. It can be deadly, depending on
And there are probably other activities. There are people that are far more, we touched on yesterday, sadists. They do very high-end physical pain
and
things.
torture,
and all, yes.
Yep.
And they talk about risk aware, that it's an acknowledgement, I guess, that there is risk in these activities.
Well, yeah, and exactly. And so that's why I was kind of wondering how when you're driving and you're thinking about that I'm going to participate in breath play, and that's a technique that I'd like to use in this encounter, and knowing in your mind you've kind of gone through, and you might have passed through it fast, but you kind of passed through. Breath play is a higher end. There's a risk associated with it. It can be dangerous. It can be deadly. Is that fair to say?
I guess that's fair.
You probably go through it faster because you know about it and you utilize it, and it's more knowledgeable than like somebody else who.
And I guess I will agree with that. Other than I emphasize it goes through fast. It's not something I'm sitting and spending this kind of time actually thinking about. It's something that's gone through very quickly amongst probably many images or choices of activity.
Well, and that's what I might have gotten this wrong, and I wanted to check. I thought when I was listening to your guys' interview yesterday that when you were talking about Laura in that encounter that happened, that Sunday where the incident happened with her, and she's got the ball gag in, and you started to do the breath control, the breath play with her. I thought you said something about that. Laura and you had talked, and Laura said something about the choking game, or did I not get that? Or the pass out game, something like that, and that she had talked about it, and then you didn't dispute it, but you went along and you didn't redirect her. Did I get that wrong yesterday? And I might have. I'm just trying to
I'm not recall. I don't think there was any discussion where pass out game with Laura, or if there was, it was in passing. There was no real dwelling on it. I don't recall specifically, and again, I will never dispute whatever was discussed on the Yahoo, but I don't recall specifically her mentioning pass out or that type of reference.
Okay. So when you start that day, that more early morning with Laura, and you're doing the breath play, you guys aren't having communications at that point, right? You're not talking about, she's got the ball gag in her mouth, and so kind of interferes with her ability to kind of carry on and say.
And that's a control thing.
Yeah, right. So it's not, I know you mentioned before, there's groaning and stuff like that. There's not the ability to kind of stop and let's talk. It kind of once you start your session, right? You start your session.
Right. Overall, yes. Right. Yes.
So that time, specifically with Laura, though, there wasn't discussion. There wasn't any discussion once you kind of started the breath play.
Correct.
You're just kind of going through it, right? And then you start kind of going in the different ways that you talked. Like the ball gag in the nose, the rope, to the hand. Was it in that order? Do you remember?
No, the ball gag was in, so that was kind of a standard. And there was the hand and the throat. There was choking. And that changed to the nostril, both very common, doing the same effect. And then the third element was the rope.
Okay. And were you wearing gloves or anything?
No.
Were you concerned at all about your DNA getting on, the rope or any of that with either the Jenny or Laura? Or was that anything that crossed your mind?
No.
Okay.
Did you shower any of these women before you put them into the bags?
No.
Okay. So not even kind of not crossing your mind.
Well, there
was, with the rope and all that type of stuff that potentially I'm going to have DNA associated with anything. Okay.
No. Because there is no, to have that thought, you have to pre-think that there's going to be an issue with DNA, or so there was no thought that way that that's going to be or would be a problem.
Yeah, and some people just don't care about it because they think, oh, whatever, if it comes together, it comes together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's but there's a premise there, and I just want to clarify. So you certainly have my thoughts.
Yes, sir.
The DNA issue, or the idea of protecting or somehow minimizing, or that there's a premise there that there is pre-thought to, say, a crime or an intentional crime. That's not the case, and that I believe that's why it wasn't thought of, and there was no attempt to conceal DNA in any way.
Well, and I have to be honest with you, and kind of before we talked, and before I knew anything kind of about you and BDSM and all this type of stuff, when I was reading the chats between Laura and you, and I'll call it the disappear game, okay? There's kind of this flavor where you're guiding her how to disappear, right? And it's kind of a disappear game, and you're being very thorough on how you're going about, close your accounts, do all this type of stuff. And I get kind of confused in the process, because before I met you, and I do a lot of different work with the FBI, and I've worked with other, offenders that have did different odd things or been very violent, and serial killers that I've talked with, and all of that type of stuff. And when I was going through those chats, I thought, this is perfect. This is the perfect crime, because it's so organized. And from a law enforcement perspective, if I go to do a missing person investigation, first I'm going to check their bank accounts. But when I go to their bank accounts or the bank, I see the actual person closing the accounts. Maybe I see video, and it's the person closing the account. I go online to see, maybe all their accounts are closed. I try to find their belongings. There's no belongings anywhere. They didn't give their belongings away to anybody in their family to show that maybe they were departing.
There's no bank activity.
There's no bank account activity. So sharing from my experience as a law enforcement officer and kind of working in serial crimes, I'm thinking, this is pretty amazing. This is outstanding, and how it's the perfect crime, the disappear game, where it's so organized and thought through that from a law enforcement perspective, it's hard to, one, be able to prove something happened to that person, and two, a lot of times, like in Laura's case and in Jenny's case, they have some type of mental health issues that are there and struggles that they've already had, that sometimes their families don't even realize they're gone because they've had such a transient kind of lifestyle before. So like, when I was looking at all that, I was really, I have to be honest, I was pretty amazed by it. I thought, this is the perfect game. This is disappear game. And there's no way to, as a law enforcement officer, as I'm weaving and trying to figure every which way that I could find a suspect or find kind of coordinated, all my roads have been closed off. And so for me, you talked about yesterday, the struggles that you were kind of having with, I have this inside, kind of law enforcement sensitive, like being involved and around this camaraderie, and then I'm kind of doing things that are kind of outside of that circle, and there's kind of a dichotomy there, and it's hard to kind of make sense of that because they don't kind of go together sometimes. And for me, I'm having that same kind of dichotomy because on one side of it, it's so organized and so thought through, and then on the other side of it, the suitcases, like you said last night, not concealed, just kind of put there. Jenny's in your fridge from August of 2012 till November of 2013, So, I bet you if we looked at your financial records, there's probably a lot of fast food during that time period that peaked, right? Because you couldn't use your fridge, right?
I think I mentioned that very specifically, yes.
Yeah. And so I really, help me understand that dichotomy, because I'm really struggling with that, because there's two different pieces there. There's on one side the very organized, perfect kind of crime, and then the not so organized, kind of discarded. I mean, if I didn't know better, I would say there's two different people involved here. Somebody else dumped the bodies, and they didn't care about the bodies. They weren't connected to the bodies, so they just put them anywhere.
Right.
And the other person that was more kind of the alpha male in it, or the more, if you had two people, one would be a follower, one would be alpha male, and the alpha male is the one who kind of planned this all out. So, what are your thoughts?
I think I see the same thing, I suppose. You articulated very well. I don't even know how to answer that. I see this, same thing. There are parts of the whole law enforcement thing and that, and generally I've been organized and am organized.
Mm-hmm.
The BDSM activities of enjoyment, or call it a hobby, or participation, has been to varying degrees a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mentioned yesterday, starting in probably late teens, 19-ish, 20-ish, maybe.
Yeah.
Right through still many years of law enforcement and after law enforcement. And,
Well, and I think, I'm kind of a visual person, so I was just going to kind of write down kind of some of the things in columns that fit for one side of it versus the other, Sure. So we talked about the disappear game being organized.
And let me just mention on that, because you bring up so many things, that whole organized thing, I certainly can't take credit for that myself. That's a whole very common thing in BDSM, and the whole, and on the higher end of the master-slave type thing, versus, and that's the level where people would do the whole.
I respectfully, when it comes to the art of this, you're very organized. When the other agents came into your home, it was not very organized. Okay, it's just in a disarray. So
there's certain parts that are organized.
The underwear roll, top roll is all nicely.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but everything else I saw.
Yep. Yeah,
except for your refrigerator, it looked like it was cleaned out and done, but everything else is like.
Yeah, the apartment. What you're referring to? Is,
I don't get it. But when it comes to this, we got to have everything packed right.
I don't see.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
I don't agree with. In my mind, I take a look at that. I don't believe that's organized. That's kind of messy.
The tools for your trade are all there.
But it's
if
physically messy. It's physically not organized. As much as. Because I'm kind of.
As much as you could, right? Because you can't have compartments in there and you go and lift up the suitcase, everything falls together anyway. So maybe one suitcase is, for whatever techniques, and then the other for these type of techniques,
And then as Gil mentioned, the apartment is.
I don't mean any disrespect.
No, not at all. Don't take it. That apartment. Boy, what you see is. What you're seeing is like move-in day. That's move-in day. That was like the original day, and I didn't do anything to it.
That's what you told me the first day I met you.
And the appearance confirms that. It's a mess. It was a place to go to work and sleep, and go to work and sleep.
How about your car? What's inside of your car look like?
That's an older car, and it's not particularly organized or clean or and I am overall would like to consider myself organized, clean, those type of things.
But your daily routine is very organized. You told us yesterday, every day you're up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And you have a certain number of cigarettes and a certain number of sodas. And you're on the road by a certain time to be to work by an exact time. And then you're organizing that because you're planning ahead because you're anticipating overtime and you want to work overtime. So, and then when you come home, you do a certain thing when you come home. Like I'm sure, like on a certain day you do laundry.
Mm-hmm.
On a certain day you order are you down to the science even of what days you order your food out? Like what days you have pizza?
like Monday's pizza.
Yeah, generally, it's just a small topic. I've been losing a little bit of weight. I've actually been cooking a little bit more recently, and so purchasing and actually cooking and trying to get away from some of the fast foods and that. But overall, I would consider myself organized. On the other hand,
and I think
I put no effort in the house, so the house kind of just let that be.
But the other piece of it with the organization that I see is an obsessiveness. 50 blue shirts are all the same shirts, or 50 pairs of underwear, and maybe it's that you just don't like to do laundry, but it's what we found is like one kind of brand that you really like, and then you buy a lot of it, and then.
But keep in mind that's over a long period of time.
Okay.
That's.
But okay.
Those are not new.
Yeah, but some of that stuff starts to kind of, it's organized and there becomes kind of an obsessiveness to it. When something becomes so structured that it's rigid, then that kind of gets where we get kind of obsessed about keeping it in these parameters because that's our routine and we feel comfortable there. The other thing, kind of going back to the organized versus unorganized, one person versus, potentially two people, right, is your phone. You left your phone in Milwaukee when you came to get Laura, correct? Okay. Another thing, being honest with you in full disclosure, when I listened to your interview with Gil and Jonathan, I was like, why didn't he say that he'd come to Minnesota? Why didn't he say that? We're going to get his tower data and we'll see his phone was in Minnesota, right? And then when I saw that, when I got your tower data back and I saw that your phone didn't come to Minnesota, I was like, again, very organized and very smart. Because if the phone doesn't come to Minnesota, in one sense it creates an alibi for that person to say, I was never in Minnesota, Carrie. You can't say that I was there because my phone, check my phone.
Right.
Again, not saying you said this, but in my mind, when I'm thinking about kind of this kind of more of an organized person and kind of the perfect crime and how they're planning it, Jenny has been missing since August of 2012 and nobody reported her missing. So if nobody's reported missing, we're not looking for anybody, and there can't be anybody that's caught for that crime if we don't know the crime has been committed, right? Right?
Were you part of that organized? I mean, did you do things to try to help organize her non-report status? I mean, like, did you tell her things like you told Laura, get off of Facebook, close your account, get rid of your car, don't pay your tickets, don't renew your driver's license, don't tell family where you're going. I mean, all that stuff to like, so if she does disappear, again, there's nothing that follows her from.
I don't believe they had such a specific conversation on that with Jenny. So many topics here. I don't think I knew Jenny's circumstances as well as maybe have been covered since. The phone thing, don't give me enough credit to where the phone, I am not a smart guy, a smartphone type of guy. I don't always take it. I'm not obsessed with it. I can leave it on the counter or on the dresser. Usually I'll put it in my pocket to go to work, but not always. The phone is not as big a deal to me as to many, many people. Some people have to have it and are connected to it.
You're not. What about they found 2 other phones at your apartment?
Those are
Cricket phones?
those are just old models, previous old models. What I have now is just upgrades over time.
Okay, so just upgrades over time. So you don't have another phone that you use that you brought?
No, I don't have. I only have one active line.
Okay.
That number that you have.
And you're being honest because I don't want to take away all the honest stuff you've given. I want to make sure.
Well, you can go to Cricket, you can go to any carrier. There is no other line. It's the one number. It's the only.
You can buy a card though. You can buy a card, correct? That was like $30
for
your throwaway phone. You can dial the number into it.
I suppose you'd have to teach me, and I have no idea. No.
Well, and
so I'm not disputing that, but no, I have one phone, one line. Been with Cricket a number of years now, and the reason I've been with Cricket is very easily explained. I can't afford. I don't go with the 2-year requirements at the big carriers. And if you're to leave them, $200 fee. So Cricket is a month by month. They're that's why I started with them, and that's why I continue with them.
Okay, I get that in your circumstance, but I'm also and the reason why I put this out here is I've appreciated how upfront you've been, and part of the process in this investigation is there's different things that we can do to kind of find out if there were any phones working in these areas, these key areas.
I have.
And are we going to find any phones connected to you?
No. I have
What about connected to any of your friends?
No.
Any of your associates?
I have no. That's 100%. There's nothing you guys humanly can find. I've got one Cricket phone. Those are old upgrades. Same account, same number.
How many years?
Or you can go back to Cricket whenever I started with them for a number of years.
Do you have an idea how many years, sir? 10?
5, 10, maybe. I've been with them for quite a while.
The other piece of this, after that, we're trying to figure out this kind of dichotomy in my head of what I'm seeing versus what I'm hearing. You had admitted that you've not set up to have a long term, not planning to have a long term. Both Jenny and Laura were planning long term situations, and you had said that, I know you told us, Jenny would go back on the plane, and Laura would go back to where you brought her, where you picked her up. But again, a dichotomy here is that when you're thinking about that kind of perfect crime, you've had the individual, the person, Jenny and Laura, play the disappear game, and they're coming for a long-term event, and so they're bringing luggage and everything with them, and then it's not going to be a long-term event. It's going to be kind of very final in the time that you're with them, a very short encounter, and in that more organized arena fits for that type of contradiction. You know what I mean? Like them thinking it's going to be long term, you knowing it's going to be short term, them bringing their luggage and things, and then and ultimately using their luggage to dispose of them. And again, very kind of efficient in that, and so again, it's just another piece of that dichotomy, kind of pulling it together, which I'm having a hard time fitting that together with the way that the bodies were disposed of, and what you're saying as far as I just kind of put these temporary fixes on these, Jenny happened, put her in the fridge and just kind of over there, and I'm doing this and kind of not thinking about this. Eventually got to know I have to deal with it, but right now I'm not. And then Laura and what happened with that.
Well, you understand these things far more than I. And I don't know if I can provide the answers to that dichotomy. I mean,
Okay.
you point them out, and as you point them out, I see them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're there. I guess in some ways I look very organized.
Mm-hmm.
Some ways I look very disheveled.
Mm-hmm. And you asked me last night, you said, Carrie, do you think I put that I wanted to get caught? Do you think that when I did that, I wanted to get caught with the way the suitcases were discarded? And I said to you, you're the only one that can say that. I don't know. What, did you feel like you couldn't stop? Did you feel like you were out of control? And you never really said, you just said, I just was, there was no concealment done. There was no real disposal that was meant to be sneaky in that sense.
And I think that sure shows. There wasn't. Let me go back real quick. You said something with conversation, and boy, this looks convenient. And we've been
very efficient.
well, the conversation, and they come, the girls thought long term. All the conversation is probably in that way. The whole master slave control level, the higher level, and I think all conversation is very similar. And it's a matter of, does that person, first of all, do they consider, in BDSM, do they consider, or are they looking for long term?
Some people are and some people aren't.
Right. And I think in this case, and when you talk to the different people, they make it clear, or at some point they make it clear, or some enjoy the conversation for periods of time, and then it fades out because there's no intention, either not matching goals, whether it be full-time, short-time, or that in many cases it's just internet enjoyment or the fantasy talk. There's a lot of that.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. The one thing too that I wanted to talk about on my organized side here that was kind of ironic is one of the last chats you have with Laura, you say, remember, no communication, I'm going to leave my phone from Milwaukee, and I come down, and I forget the specifics, basically you say something like, you understand no communications, and she said, understood no communications. Is that so they can't trace your phone when you dump my body?
Oh, that is just all that kind of talk and planning is part and parcel of the
culture,
the culture, the BDSM, the control, the
But I get what
specific to the long-term plan.
I get what you're saying as far as you saying I'm not bringing my phone and there's not going to be communication. But Laura's saying, is that so you can dump my body? Are you saying, Laura, saying that is part of the BDSM? Because I saw that as an outlier, that was Laura kind of tongue-in-cheek saying, hey, kind of joke around, and how ironic what happened.
Correct. And that type of tongue-in-cheek comment is made all the time. That's not uncommon for a submissive slave. In that type of conversation, that type of comment is...
So you're telling me that there's other people in the BDSM culture that play the disappear game. And that disappear game is my term, but
Sure, it's your term, and
Yeah.
it's accurate, I guess. But this type of communication that you have, that you have my communication with Jenny and Laura and others, is not certainly unique to me, or it's not created by me, or I didn't think it up.
okay.
That type of interaction goes on, far more frequently than you
Okay.
would imagine. And there's people not like myself, but dominants, or who would have this kind of conversation far more graphic than anything I had, and you would find similar type of conversation regarding long term,
Okay.
if that's the
goal.
the goal between the two
Yeah.
parties.
But then, how normal is it for it not to be the goal? Like in your case, where you're not planning, you're never planning to take a long-term person. You're talking like you are.
Right.
So how common is that?
Well, I would probably say fairly common, because it's more more fantasy, because I can't really, my circumstances don't allow the backup of it.
Okay. Okay, so then going back to trying to figure this out, is there anybody that helped you dispose of those bodies?
No.
Is there anybody else that knew about those bodies?
No.
Nobody that we're going to talk to is going to tell us anything about those bodies? Okay,
No one.
okay.
Yesterday you spoke about, I asked you about Hitchcock.
Yeah.
And I know you told me that he's from employee from there.
No.
And I know you told me that you call him all the time.
Or he calls me.
But there were some times there, like 6 times I believe, where when you were probably leaving the crime scene, when you're on the phone talking with him like for 45, 50 minutes.
Yeah,
And
so
I couldn't have, if they help me out, because I'm trying to remember the
it's
rest of
November
it.
3rd. It's November 3rd. It's after you leave the hotel.
I can get the phone number just to show you.
And there's 6
Give me 1
calls between you two. Something with your phone. Does your phone hang up after 30 minutes? Does the call just continue after 30 minutes with your cricket phone?
With it on or off?
Yeah, when you're talking, does the call automatically end on yours? And then the people have to call you back?
No, not that I'm aware of. No.
You can
but-
talk continuously?
Yeah, and now I'm
It might just be how the records look, but there's 6 contacts with Carl for 30 minutes each. So that's a significant amount of time that
But
you've
30
been
minutes
talking.
each, there has to be some kind of.
Well, it might all be one. It might be how they're recording it, but ultimately, if we add up,
Sure.
6 30-minute sessions, that's a total conversation time that you had with him, which you're driving, right? So you have time to kind of talk on the phone.
From where? I
I'm
mean,
saying you might not be driving. It might be when you got back home. But it's on the 3rd.
okay.
We'll see the actual time. So you have that kind of long kind of correspondence with him, and then I think we said yesterday you thought that it was maybe Monday on around June 1st when you got those bodies dumped out of your when you got rid of the bodies,
Sure.
right? It hit the news June 5th, right? That it
Yeah,
hit the news
okay.
that evening.
So what day was that? Was
That's
that
a
Monday?
Thursday.
Oh,
So Thursday's when it hit the news,
Okay.
and then Monday's like the June 1st on,
Yeah.
I'm thinking about, because you said you had to work or whatever. On the 7th, on the 6th and the 7th, you have 7 calls back and forth between you and Carl, where it's these 30-minute, again, 7 30-minute increments of talking on that day.
Together? I mean, is it
Well,
one?
we'll look here and how it goes. But I mean, do you remember that?
That's a long time.
Well, first of all, he's a good friend from where I actually hired him.
Right.
He,
I got
to,
him in
to
my
my
phone.
knowledge, is vanilla. To my knowledge, he doesn't even know what BDSM would be.
Yeah, but
It'd
it's
probably
like
be
been enough
shocking,
friends. But no, listen.
November, okay.
Yeah, right? I can tell from the hotel video you're anxious when you're checking out. And I can only, in my mind, guess what was kind of going through your mind when you're pushing out another body, thinking, I gotta get this out of here, get in my car, and there was this kind of wait time where you're waiting to get the deposit back, all this stuff, right? So am I correct? What was going on when you were in the hotel and you had all that happening?
Well, I can't even describe it. Yeah.
You're sweating profusely.
Agitated, probably.
You're doing your fingernails. You're playing with your shirt.
Yeah. Well, I don't dispute all that because it must have been incredibly intense.
I mean, what were you thinking in your head at that time? Like, I gotta get out of here?
Well, probably that's accurate. Like, you know, what do I do? I gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta leave as best I can. There's two choices again. You can call 911 or you can call the police. And that, of course, is beyond.
Oh, that's kind of off the table
that's
already, right?
Beyond scary at the time.
Given what you know about what you have in the fridge at home, it's off the table.
Unless you decide, unless the person consciously makes that decision at that time. So I'm sure there's some thoughts going on that, I don't know, shit, well, we'll roll it out. And now, of course,
I'm sure you know, Steve, because you kind of talk about this tentatively, like I'm sure there's some of this, or there is. I mean, if I'm thinking about a significant life event, which these are.
But when I say that, I mean I can look at the pictures of the video. I can't recall specifically what I'm thinking to answer your question.
Okay.
Basically, it's shit. That's accurate.
Okay. And so then what I see when I'm looking at everything I have in front of me, and again, I didn't have this in conversation with you to kind of go with it, but then I look at the phone calls, and so I see November 3rd, you have a significant amount of contact with Carl. And I see that there's like some contact in January and March and April. That's littler, it's not so long. And then after the bodies are discovered, another significant chunk of time with Carl. And you know what I said to everybody? I said, Carl's a good friend of his. And Carl's who he calls when something is going on that he's anxious or upset. There's something there.
He is a good friend. You're just a little off in the sense that very good friend, and I think the flurry of contact, I think more has to do with what's going on with him. Because you could go back, he was an employee, had some problems with the boss, there was an incident, he was put on a kind of like a probationary status type thing, and he was ultimately let go for it.
When?
He's been, and then he's been on unemployment. I think he just got a part-time security job at the...
But yesterday, didn't you tell me that he's a good friend? I talk a lot to him, like you just said, but I don't know anything about his lifestyle.
Nothing.
You don't know anything about his lifestyle?
Nothing.
How can you not know anything about a man's lifestyle as much as you talk to him?
Well, because we talk business, we talk
girls, you talk
not
preference.
No, not. We don't talk the personal stuff. We'll talk what's going on and make calls updated. He sent me his resume. He said, "Hey, how's the resume look?" I know he's a big gun guy. He's got a gun collection. He likes guns. Ex-Navy guy.
Okay, well, let's go through this. I think this is important, and you can help us here, because here we are. This is these records are a little confusing because they're in Greenwich Mean Time. So we have to subtract 6 hours from the date and time here, right? So they say November 4th, but when we subtract the 6 hours out, it's actually November 3rd. Does that make sense? So this is actually 7:21 p.m. on November 3rd, okay? So you see here, this is his number that you're calling. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, now look at here, this is 1,800 seconds, which is 30 minutes.
Yeah, so there must be, obviously I don't know what that is. Is that 3 segments? Is that an hour and a half, or is that 3?
Yeah, so we have 30, 30, 30, so you have an hour and a half of talking, and then the 408 seconds, whatever that equates to.
Right.
It's just reported in seconds.
Right.
And so we have a chunk there, right?
Right.
Okay, now, this is Laura is in your trunk, Jenny's in you just took her out of your maybe fridge that day and put her in your trunk, but Laura's in your trunk already. This has happened. You had your second significant life event with the breath play. Okay, this is corresponds with the day and time that West Alice came to your house to talk to you about, see if Laura was there.
Okay.
This is January 17th.
Okay.
Okay? So here again, we have another kind of, you're reaching out to him, not as long again, 46 seconds, so this is maybe just calling, maybe leaving a message, trying to get a hold of him, and then you end up with this longer.
Does the record show, because far more times than not, when he and I talk, not always, but far more, he calls me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it goes. Yeah, it will tell us incoming, outgoing.
Okay.
Yep. So yep, that's definitely in case he's calling you and that type of stuff, and you're calling him. Okay, now let's go to the next. This is March 10th. Do you know what happened on March 10th?
No.
This is the day that actually Gil and Jonathan came to interview.
Okay.
Okay. So again, we have now not long calls. It's the day of that interview that's happening. Okay. So you have that. And then this is March 12th.
And just for example, when Gil stopped by and John, what time were the calls and what time? What time is it?
Yeah. So this is at 11 a.m. and 12:13. Okay. PM. So there's one here at 11 a.m. So that would have been before they ever stopped by. They stopped by after you got off work that day.
Okay.
And then there's 12:13 p.m.
And that's also before they would have visited.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the one that's like that. But again, it's showing you this is March 10th. But there was something interesting on March 9th that happened to you. Do you remember being obsessed with anything on March 9th with the computer? We went through your computer.
Day before the visit. No, I don't
Okay.
recall.
So when we went through your computer, we found you clicking on an FBI story on March 9th.
Okay.
Over and over again about how FBI had opened up a task force related to cold cases that were connected with DNA, where in 1976 where like 6 females were murdered in California. So on the 9th, you're checking that, and you're checking that, and you're checking, and you keep on clicking on the same story over and over again on your computer.
Well, am I clicking it over and over, or
You're refreshing.
I got shitty.
It's every hour.
Computer.
So at 6 o'clock, you click on the link. At 7 o'clock, you click at the link. At 8 o'clock, you click on the link. Or 7, 8, 9 p.m.
That seems odd.
Okay, so that happens on the 9th, and then you're calling him on the 10th. Again, not long durations on the 10th, and then they show up on the 10th afterward. And then now here we have the dates that the bodies were dumped, that it became, not the dates they were dumped, but after it's in the news. It breaks in the news on the 5th.
Okay.
In the evening. So here, starts at 7:50 p.m. on June 5th and continues on.
That's 4 hours after they found the bodies.
And look at how long you're talking to him. Again, look at our seconds. 1,800 seconds is 30 minutes. So again, kind of a peak. If you look at kind of your normal routine, you don't talk very long with people on the phone. And here again on the 7th.
Now, when is this? March?
This is June 5th.
June 5th, okay.
Mm-hmm. And this is...
So I think that's related to his new job, his new interview, or an interview, new employment for him. That's what I think that's related to.
Okay. But do you understand? That's kind of odd though, right?
Well, it's piecing, great, you're piecing time, and that's
You have
good
a
work on
blurry-
your part, but that's not related. It's not
related.
He's
Okay.
not related to it. My knowledge of Scott
Okay.
is professional only, and
So when we talk just to him and go through everything with him, and that might have already been done, I don't know because I've been with you all this whole time, but is he going to say anything about your demeanor
he's gonna
being odd?
be blown away.
Okay.
He's gonna be blown away.
Okay.
The connection
Okay.
with why you're talking to him and this, he's gonna be just absolutely dumbfounded.
Okay.
Now, do you have any lockers at work again?
No.
Are you sure?
Positive. No.
Okay.
Not a sign of anything.
When you used, there's a question.
Storage lockers. Do you have any other storage lockers right now that you have? You keep
Work
your
locker or
body?
storage locker?
You know, like
No.
you can do the public storage or
Yeah,
whatever.
no, that's no, we don't.
But you did own one at one time?
At one time back a while.
Okay, what
That's,
kind of,
what's that very popular company with the orange lettering storage store?
Public
all
storage.
Public storage.
did you leave some items in there when you sold it?
Back a while, I didn't sell it. I really couldn't afford it.
Somebody bought that locker with the contents.
Yeah, because I couldn't afford it. You know, I had to
You
let
know what
that.
contents were in there?
I had to let that lapse.
Okay, do you remember the contents that were in there?
Well, there was some house contents. There was probably some BDSM contents. Sure.
There was the table and
Yeah,
all
some
that
of the
stuff.
bigger items,
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit bigger items.
And it was actually 2010, you know, and we actually were able to find that stuff, and
My understanding was, did they keep it? I thought that
they sold it.
sold it for their benefit, you know,
Mm-hmm.
to help pay off the
Yeah.
unpaid
Right.
portion.
So this is in 2010.
Sure.
So, and I already have it at the 2002 with that same kind of behavior, and that's why we're concerned. 2001.
2001.
This is why we're concerned for you, Steve. You've done such a great job right now that I gotta tell you, you're awesome because you took responsibility. And I know you're saying that there are no more victims, but I'm scared that there might be something out there.
Well,
Or this is more planned than
No.
than it might be.
Or you understand how planned things are when you can rent an off-site place and hide your tools of your trade.
I
So
don't think-
much of it. So
I think that-
you know what obsess is.
first of all, you'll find you guys are very good. There's no future victims. There's no additional victims. None, zero. I've enjoyed. I've stated earlier, around age 19 or 20.
You said that yesterday. You did.
That's back quite a while ago. And over time, economics were better. Had some other equipment, additional equipment. Some of the little bit larger pieces and everything.
Yeah.
But then living situation changed from I had at one point had a very nice condo, and then I had to go back to renting, and had rented a duplex in West Dallas. And that's around 210. At some point, when you have that transition, I don't have the room anymore. So house storage stuff, not only BDSM stuff, but house storage stuff went to that storage facility. And then it got difficult to even afford that any longer.
Well, and it's just I understand what you're saying, Steve. I'm trying to make it make sense in my head. You know, with the in one sense, it seems like the perfect crime. You know, and one person could say the reason why, you know, like you said to me, do you think I wanted to get caught? And there's two reasons that a person would want to do that. One is they're out of control, they can't stop. They're realize, you know, I'm not willing to go to the PD, but I'm willing to do something like this, and then this will maybe be over. I don't have to worry about it anymore. I'm tired. I'm sick of kind of worrying about this. The other reason is taking control of it again. And I'm taking control of this situation that's out of control by making it look like it's disorganized and not calculated, then creates this ultimate kind of red herring of, I'm not someone who planned this out thoroughly. It's not the perfect crime, but it still is because that person is playing. They're pretending and kind of taking on this thing, this kind of, you know.
That description, though, is that's a.
But think about it, though.
Yeah.
It's pretty calculating. It's pretty calculating, but I'm trying to make it look at things. And when you said that last night, and being honest again, you didn't say, Carrie, I put him there because I wanted to get caught because I couldn't stop. Or I put him there because I didn't know, I wanted it to be over, and that would make it over. You know, by police finding it, I just wanted it to be done. You didn't say that. You didn't offer anything else up. You just said, Carrie, do you think
I told you, I believe I told you, I didn't have an answer, a solution. I was somewhat forced. I thought I view it as very, what's the word I want to use? Very just. I acted, but I think I was forced to because weather and time. I was being forced. I was forced on a move that all the way back to November. The refrigerator. Then you have outside, the car's outside.
It's warm.
It's wintertime, sub-zero, and the weather. All that time, I still didn't have a solution or a plan. I didn't, and I was forced. I think by the weather, the temperature change.
Or were you forced by your vehicle being parked at Johnson's control,
Well,
and that administrator walked by? What was his complaint?
that's the same topic.
Okay, what was his complaint?
Odor.
Okay, and he reported it to you, correct?
I happened to be walking out.
He had it reported to you.
Yes,
When was that?
in passing.
When was that?
Fairly, you can tell me. A couple weeks ago.
I'm not. I want you to give me something. Can you remember? Be close to it.
I can remember the incident exactly.
Okay. Well, you think about it. Okay. And let me ask you this: when you were told by this administrator to
And I just knew
smell,
him as an employee.
I don't know. Yeah.
Just an employee walking by.
Where did you go with the car? Did you pull off the lot with the car?
Well, additionally, yes, but that was my intention anyway. That's why I was going out. I was going out to take the car. I was going to go out and have a smoke break. So,
Where did you have the smoke break?
Our what we call our remote parking lot, our overflow lot. It's 2 blocks north of the campus.
Did you do anything to that vehicle to try to get rid of the smell?
Oh, I may have done a little spray, just deodorant or whatever.
You may
It's a
have, or you did. I mean, some of this is life changing.
I have been doing that
Okay. You had
for a period of time before that incident.
Okay.
And that incident was significant not because of the odor, because that was developing. That was my problem, the weather change. That employee that happened to catch it in the lot was obviously now takes my problem in the car, my odor problem, magnifies it because he's noticing, or other people may notice. It's gotten to that level.
Do you see how cunning you are?
Oh,
How you moved that car off that lot, how you went and you tried to get rid of that smell. So you are trying to, again, be organized and be in control. It's not like all of a sudden I knocked at the police station before I say I did it. So at some point you didn't want to get away with it.
I would interpret it opposite of that. I would interpret it as the weather is forcing me to act now. I would say that not so cunning. In fact, almost the opposite. And I moved it off the lot only because, well,
Jesus Christ.
Jesus
How
Christ.
are you going to keep that in there?
Somebody noticed for the first time.
But how come when we were talking about all this stuff last night, that's not something that gets talked about? Like, yeah, I had to dump those bodies. I had to get rid of them because I was at work 2 weeks ago or whatever the time is, and someone said this stinks, and here I have been trying to mask the smell with spray.
Well, we talked about so much last night, but that was just part of it. I thought we covered it maybe with different words. That it was the temperature. We talked about the temperature.
Yeah, we did talk about the temperature and that you could smell it. But somebody else smelling it takes it to another level, right? I need to act fast.
It was getting warmer.
It was getting warmer. It had been hot all week. It had been 80 in the 80s that week.
Yes, and up to that time, I could smell it inside the car for quite a period of time before that. Disinfectant, deodorant, spray, that would put it away for a while. And then we got that week or so, there was a streak of hot weather, really for the first time. That created, now, for a period of time, if you sat in the car, you could notice. in the context of the car. You could stand right next to the car.
So I take it you didn't carpool.
No.
And you never opened up Laura after you put her in there?
No.
Okay.
No.
What did you do when?
But let me just real
I
quick.
apologize. Go ahead.
No, real quick. But for a period of time there, you could smell it inside. If you could stand right next to the car, you wouldn't smell it. The car was pretty much contained.
Mm-hmm.
Then the week of hot weather, and that no longer was the case. That forced that really.
What did you think when your supervisor came and told you?
My first thought is.
What did he tell you? What did he tell you?
Well, he didn't.
What did Sandoval tell you?
Well, the guy says, first of all, the employee, as I'm passing, he said, oh, something smells over there, by that car. And he didn't even say which car. Of course, I'm thinking, oh, Jesus Christ, that's mine. That's mine. That's my car. And we're passing each other. And I'm walking out to the car, and I'm getting in the car. No, I certainly don't know. He goes in and he reports it to a variety of other people.
Yes, sir.
And all I did that day, went out, had a smoke, and what could I do at that point? Did a little spraying,
Are those spray cans still in the car?
Possible.
Okay.
And I used many, over time, many spray cans,
So when I believe it was Sandoval, I'm not quite sure, but when he came in, I think it was him. He told you what?
Well, he made mention. He I think they were, we all know each other, and I think they were giving me the benefit of the doubt, and they kind of, tongue-in-cheek, made the comment. And
What was that comment?
Something about the car, and reference the car, and I kind of rolled my eyes, and nothing came of it. Nothing came of it. They didn't push the issue with me, which is great, because if they would have...
But you went to a parking structure.
No, not a parking structure, an open parking lot.
Okay, would that be like on the west side, the
North
east side?
North of the entire campus.
Okay, it's bigger back here too, right?
Well,
I think I'm...
it's a 100 space lot that is considered our overflow parking. So,
Which is covered with surveillance camera.
no,
It's not.
no, it's off camera.
It is.
Yes, yeah.
Did you do that purposely?
No, that's just that's our kind of a smoking spot because it's off campus.
Okay. So this is that key that Jeff asked you about last night.
Great.
So what's it for?
I have no idea. I looked at it yesterday on the cell phone.
So you know where this is found, you have an area where you have the cell phone boxes where you to get the new cards for the minutes. You have the different cell phone boxes.
Like on the
On a
entertainment
shelf,
center.
yeah, right there. And so there's dust on those types, the boxes. This is up there with them, 2 boxes, and this isn't dusty.
Doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't.
So this is a security key
Okay.
of some sort. You can probably see that yourself by looking at the code. This emblem over here, it's double cut. It's not a car key, obviously.
Right.
It's not, you know what I mean? It's something official. Have you ever worked at a place like that? It's a WI.
It's probably not, but it's in a general shape. You know what it reminds me of? An old. The shape is still an old like a club from the car. The club anti-theft device. They had similar shaped keys, but.
I don't think it's something for like that.
Yeah.
I mean, when I see this, I think something like official, like maybe, a safety deposit box at a bank. Have you ever had that?
I don't have a safety deposit box.
What about a storage locker someplace?
No storage lockers.
Some type of company that you've worked for in the past where you've been a security guard that they would have given you a formalized key to something like this?
No, because only worked security for Securitas, 6.5 years roughly.
So if I went to their to the company, show them that key.
They're not going to know.
I don't know.
No, I wouldn't.
And again, this looks kind of like I said, a W, like a W with an I,
And it was on the
It was right
entertainment
up,
center.
yeah, by the boxes right there.
Cricket boxes, the old phones.
Yeah.
It looks to me like obviously it's worn too, it's not brand new on the
Mhm,
edges.
like it could be old, yeah, like it's been used, yep.
Did you return the key from the storage unit before they sold all the contents?
In 2010.
Well, there was the storage had overhead box, overhead door came down, and a padlock that I think you bought from them. And I think that once I couldn't pay, they switched out the lock.
Okay.
So you have no access.
Was that a circle lock or a regular lock? Was it in the shape of a circle? Or
Yeah.
was it just a normal padlock?
No, I think it was you bought from them. I think it was one of those circle locks. Looked like a padlock, but with a circle body. That does not.
Does it ring any
No.
bells at all?
No.
Is there anybody that would have, like a Carl or?
No, there's
Your friends?
if you look at were you in the apartment or you were just going off of
No.
pictures?
Just like pictures, yeah.
I was in there.
Okay, so kitchen's behind you. This is the wall where entertainment center is.
Do you want to draw this out?
Well, just in general, real quick, because you got the file cabinet. There's a tall file cabinet, and a small file cabinet, and then an entertainment center.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like
Is this on the wall closest to the door? The
yes,
door? Okay.
yes.
So if you're standing in the kitchen, it's going to be the wall on your left?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think the small file cabinet, the entertainment center, maybe short of my cricket boxes, the TV, which is like behind the door. You go to the entrance, and then there's the front window. There's a big TV. I think there's some wooden chairs, maybe some small wooden tables. None of that is mine. That's all the previous. And that goes to I haven't done anything when I moved in there. That's all the previous owner's stuff. He happened to be a good friend,
Who is that?
Mike Roski.
So that's his stuff that's there.
Yes.
Why is that stuff still there if he doesn't live there?
Just for storage. And Mike's a deal with us, his brothers and one.
Okay.
Good friends. But that used to be his apartment.
Mm-hmm.
He went back to his brother's duplex. I took over his that apartment because it was much reduced cost,
Okay.
$300 less almost.
And did Michael know about Laura and Jenny?
Mike has no idea of BDSM at all, or at least my interest or participation.
He doesn't know anything about that?
Not zero.
Why not?
Just not something that I share. It's BDSM is a personal activity and a personal interest or lifestyle.
Okay. This is that other flight information that we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
So what do you remember when you see that?
That was and that's my writing.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like somebody I was talking to would have been somebody I was talking to, BDSM related. That they may have planned a trip here.
This is November 30th,
Okay.
which is,
We're talking previous, just
we're
recent.
talking November 20, I'm guessing 2013.
Right, last year.
Yep, so Laura is in your trunk. Jenny's in your trunk at this time.
Right.
Anything else because for somebody who's had such significant life events, Steve, what you just said, I could come up with that. I could say, based on looking at this, looks like your handwriting, looks like somebody you're probably talking to on BDSM who was planning a trip here.
Right.
I'm having a little bit of trouble not having you having more recollection about some of this stuff,
Well,
knowing.
That's a specific flight. That's an arrival time.
sure.
I mean, that's a specific.
Well, that's
somebody's flying in.
They gave me that. They
Yeah.
they gave me that.
Yeah.
Who gave you that?
Well, the person I was talking to.
Who flew in? Who was?
Nobody flew in. That's the thing. Nobody flew in. You'll find no match. What you will find in BDSM and online, maybe call it the internet. For every time you have a legitimate contact with somebody, some type of correspondence, you also have a whole lot of foolishness and just,
I get that.
that
I
doesn't,
understand
that's
there's that
not
fantasy
real.
that doesn't go anywhere, but this looks like it was going somewhere. This looks real to me.
Right.
Because if I go right now to Delta
Yes.
and I say, Delta, give me a list of everybody who flew in on November 30th,
Right.
Friday, this flight, this time, give me a list, and I go through, I will find somebody's name like that on there. And I will be able to find that person and go interview them.
Sure, I don't know.
And when I do that, because even though she's in the UK,
Right.
we have FBI in the UK,
Sure.
I can send them there. So when they go and interview her, she's going to say, I don't know, Stephen, I don't know.
Well, no, she'll say we had interaction or some kind of computer thing, interaction, but she's going to say she obviously didn't get on that flight, didn't,
How do you know she didn't get on the flight? You don't really even remember it, you're saying.
Well, I remember it, but I don't remember her. I don't specifically remember her.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what she looks like. I couldn't tell you specific. I'm sure we had some generally consistent, common communication, general BDSM along the lines that, because they're all very similar.
So Jenny flew in,
Right.
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 So we will, this is one of the things that we will do. We will follow up on this to make sure that is still with us.
Of course, and if we'll take it to the extreme. If she came in and if something happened, of course you're going to find out that girl was on the plane and blah, blah, blah.
I will be able to find that out. I'll be able to find that she
You'll
was
have
on
it,
the plane,
and
and who she
almost-
was, and if she's still alive.
And I'm almost amazed, you'll have it in short order.
Yeah.
So I have there's no problem. There's no problem. There's no fear on my part. There's nothing for me to add.
Okay.
You started to say if she arrived and if something happened, you went like,
Well, the inference is the other two incidents. If I knew, if you pointed this out to me and said, boy, if I'm sitting here thinking, oh, that's number 3, or 4, or 5, or 10.
If she's in Carl's freezer.
Great, or
She's in the freezer that belongs to this key.
right. As all doing lawmen are thinking. But why would I say no? I know nothing about that. And I'm already.
Well, the only
I'm
thing, I mean,
talking
I
about-
understand what you're saying. The only thing that gets me when I'm questioning you is because when you say, why would I say I know nothing about it when I know eventually you're going to find out?
Yes.
Is the same temporary kind of band-aid that you did with Jenny and with Laura by putting Jenny in the fridge and putting that, I don't deal with that yet. Sometime that's going to come out.
What?
Jenny or Laura in that trunk, sometime that's going to come out.
The difference being the current circumstances change that or void that.
How does that change that for you?
Well,
This current circumstance that you're in.
the current
custody.
circumstance at this point, custody. If you were to present that, I would say, yeah, add that to the list, and we can talk about that. But there's nothing there to talk about.
Okay. And if you did, you remember it would be a significant event, like you remember Jenny and Laura.
If it were to that, I would certainly be able to tell you, yeah, I had any in-person contact with that person.
And do you use drugs or any type of anything, alcohol or anything that incapacitates you to the point where you may be involved in something you don't remember?
No, don't drink.
Okay.
Haven't drank since I left the police department.
Okay. And drugs?
No.
Prescription drugs?
Zero.
I said?
Zero.
Okay. So, the other with that, and I appreciate that because that's helpful to go through that and just kind of put out, like I was talking about, that dichotomy that's there. Now, when we talked about last night, we talked about Jenny a great deal, and we talked about Laura, and then we talked today about how you were in your mind as you're getting ready to come here, kind of thinking of what's going to happen. I mean, it's common to, whether you're driving or not to the encounter, if it's a long drive to the encounter or not, it's common for you to kind of be thinking, these are the things that these different activities, this is the different stuff, that the different toys that we'll go through. You're kind of going through that, right? And that's pretty benign stuff, pretty common. It happens fast, so you go through it. You said that you understood the inherent risk that's associated with breath play, that it's very dangerous and ultimately could result in death. I mean, and really, when you look at it, it's like, it can be down to seconds, right? It could come down to that, right? I mean, it's that close. It's like you're right there on the edge of that cliff,
it's
right?
like Russian
roulette.
Yes, it very much so could be. Can be.
And was in this case,
Yes.
right? So, and when you're on the way and you're thinking about that stuff, you decide the breath play is part of that toy bag, for lack of a better word, right?
Right.
Okay.
Activity.
Okay, yeah. It's going to be part of that activity. So, and I'm trying to, knowing, like we talked a lot last night about kind of that arousal and the place that you go with breath play, that you can only really achieve with breath play to the intensity level of what breath play offers. And having that for the first time with Jenny, and then bringing it back to the table with Laura, knowing what happened with Jenny. And there has to have been, you've already kind of you discussed that about, you thought about the risk and thought about it. Did you think about what's going to be, how am I going to introduce this? What day are we going to do it? Are we going to do this on Sunday? So how organized did that part of it get?
I'm sure I thought about it. It didn't occur Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I think we discussed it, I think, yesterday.
Mm-hmm. It happened Sunday. It happened, kind of same with the Jenny.
And we had different activities. One could describe probably a little lower end on Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Kind of building up to it, right? Because you can't necessarily start with that.
And
you're nodding
and
saying yes.
Yes, and we discussed. Now we mentioned yesterday. I went next door. I got the pizza for dinner on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
There was probably more activity Saturday night, but and then Sunday. Sunday was when breath play was introduced or participated in and introduced.
Mm-hmm. And so, in that process of knowing what happened to Jenny, you know that there's potential that Laura could die.
Yes, although I can't recall specifically thinking about it so consciously, but I'm sure to some degree or some way is going to be going through acknowledgement through your mind.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't recall myself thinking of it so specifically or directly like that.
What about kind of, because remember we talked about the compartments,
Yes.
kind of putting things in, and this is a compartment, a big compartment. For what happened to Jenny is kind of put into a compartment for you. That's how I see it. And it's kind of there and it's preserved, and you're able to kind of do other things over here, and you go there when you need stuff from it, and as far as visually and fantasy based, right? It's there, but sometimes you can just not think about it. Is there a part of this where, and I'm only going off of my own thoughts of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're going through and you're thinking, I'm going to do breath play again, we're going to do stuff, it's going to be exciting, and last time it was very exciting. Something bad happened, but it was very exciting. There's a chance that something bad could happen again. Do you at all start to think if that happens?
I'm sure.
Any more planning into that scenario? given now that you've been through Jenny, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure there was, to some degree, because I know that you're correct. You're correct when you say that it's interesting, erotic, intense, exciting, and you have Jenny, but I still chose to go there, and that's on one hand that defies one could say it defies logic, and you have one fantasy, you think that you could pick another activity, or lesser, safer, or something, other activity, and did go there again in multiple ways, probably multiple ways that.
And longer duration, probably, right? Yeah.
Like 3 different versions, and so definitely a longer period of time.
And and when I know in the foundation of BDSM, that there's kind of like this. There's a dehumanization of the female, and there's what kind of seen as property, and
Objects.
Objects,
All of that comes
that type of stuff, right? And so, in one sense, I think you'd be kind of sitting there thinking, okay, this could happen again, but I'll deal with it. I dealt with the last one. I have a suitcase. I'll put her in a suitcase, and it'll be done.
In that part, though, the way you said that, I don't recall thinking of it quite in those terms.
Okay.
That's a different way of describing it.
Well, I'm trying to, and you can do a bunch better of it than I can, because there's a way of, you remember how you talked about it was surreal, kind of talking about Jenny in the fridge and having this conversation and this type of stuff, right?
Yes.
Well, there's a way of talking about what would happen if something happened to Laura that gets at that really it's an object, it's an event that goes wrong. It's not, it's her dying as a result of an activity, much like someone dies as a result of a heroin overdose. They put the heroin in their system, they took the inherent risk, they died, right? And so there's a piece of this that I can see as methodical as you can be and organized, thinking, well, if this happens, if the object breaks, or the object being Laura, if this doesn't work out and it's if it expires, then take care of it. Or what am I going to do? Well, I'll deal with it when that happens. Or there's something there that I would think would represent more of that object property. If this doesn't go the way it is, then I'll figure it out. Versus if Laura and me have breath play and I kill Laura, then I'm going to put Laura in the suitcase and I'm going to take her here and I'm going to do this and how it's very specific and it's very kind of
direct and specific and planned, but
and very kind of the terminology is very different, right? So help me understand that part of your thought process.
Well, I think the first way you described it is more accurate. I would say that the objectification and all of that comes into play. That's part of it. Although there's no plan to, I don't recall myself saying, what if this happens? What if Laura happens here, happens to Jenny? Then I will do A, B, or C. And that's very spelled out, and that's, to me, that's after the fact, looking back.
What about, I'm going to take it right to the edge. I'm going to take it right to the edge, and I'm going to
I think that's where
be right there with it, as long as I can be right with it.
That's probably far more accurate, or and again, not consciously. And I'm not talking to myself, telling myself that, but I'm sure there's no doubt I took it, expanded it. Again, evidenced by three different activities.
Different
within
activities
one.
you're doing in it during that time period of the breath play.
All in intense because it is breath play, and longer duration than the first. And that, and even those factors, or the fact that the intensity was too high, obviously caused the death. I think you talk about the first time. I think the ocean factor multiplied by 100.
For
With
Me,
second or first?
for second with Laura.
Oh, okay.
I think the ocean factor multiplied 100 times more the second time. Because why would you, and then I know you've been discussing this last couple of days, why would you, or why would I, repeat or close to repeat a scenario that did not work out terribly the first time. And
And you
expand on
repeat it when you know it, you enjoyed it so much. It was very enjoyable and very exciting.
and then expand on it a little bit.
Cause it
time-wise
longer.
and duration and
Different
a little bit more
ways.
variety and I've thought of, I've backtracked and thought of that defies logic.
Why did you do that?
The why I don't know.
You appear to know a lot about BDSM.
Kind of a lifestyle thing for a lot of years.
I would you classify yourself as an expert in BDSM?
No,
You know what you're doing?
I'm knowledgeable, but I'm by no means an expert. But
Okay.
I'm knowledgeable, above average maybe.
There's no training, no certification, no college courses for BDSM, I presume.
No, there's some in lifestyle. I mean, there is some of that given by the lifestyle people.
Okay.
You know, there are.
Some training on
Yeah.
it. Okay. But you're knowledgeable in BDSM.
Yes. Yeah. Overall, yes.
To me, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. You know a hell of a lot more about it than I've ever heard of.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And I'm not trying to reinvent all the stuff that was talked about yesterday. Okay. What I'm hearing, what I'm seeing, this happens with Jenny. Okay. Your incident, you say it goes too far, she dies, right? Between Jenny and Laura, did you have any personal contact with another female in the BDSM where you actually had
You're talking about real time, real
Face
in
to face.
person,
an act, sexual
Face to
act?
right?
face.
Or otherwise, no.
Right. Okay. So then we fast forward up to Laura. Knowing that significant event that occurred with Jenny happened, she's still in your refrigerator,
Yes.
okay? She's decomposing, right?
You said you were trying to change her butt positions and stuff.
No,
like
I
that.
did. She changed, but yes, but
So all of that's weighing on your mind. It's a pretty big deal. I have a dead body in my refrigerator.
huge.
Big deal on your conscience and your heart, right? We fast forward to Laura. You're going there. You have 5 hours to get there. You leave your phone back in Milwaukee. All right. We're looking at all the things that you had organized and prepared. Okay. When you pick up Laura in Farmington,
Right.
you come to Rochester, Minnesota. Was there no factor in your head going, oh my God, she actually brought all of her shit there? I mean, she's following through with this full time. She did all the shit I told her to do.
Yeah, she's.
Were you kind of surprised by that?
Yes.
Was it like, wow, she's got all this shit she's bringing?
Yeah, and it was more than just talk for her.
Okay.
Followed through. Yes, and she had the 3 or 4 bags, or 3 bags and a duffel or whatever she had. And
Are you thinking when you're spending the weekend or the overnight with her, What am I going to do with her? I can't take her back to my apartment because I have a dead body in the refrigerator.
Right. No, and I did think of some version of that.
Okay.
And my plan was, it wasn't a long drive from Rochester back to Farmington,
Hour?
whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Did you discuss why'd you bring all your stuff? Why are we going through with this? I mean, why'd you pack all this shit with you? Do you have a discussion about that?
No, I did not address that because it was what she did was consistent with
What you told her to do as the master.
and the control factor and all.
Okay.
I probably at some point Sunday would have had to basically we gotta leave, pack up your stuff, and instead of turning left and heading south or heading to Milwaukee, I head right back up to Farmingdale and drop her off at home. That was the plan. At least that was my plan.
Okay.
Without yet really discussing it with her.
Okay. But as you're having this session, if that's what they call it, and I don't know quite all the terms of if it's a session.
Before he has to leave, correct?
And so Sunday morning.
This is Sunday morning, this session?
Right.
When
Yes.
she died?
Yes.
Okay. And you have to check out by noon?
That's the general 11, 12 o'clock-ish, yes.
What time did you think you started in that morning?
I think that was fairly early, 7, 8-ish. I think sometime early Sunday morning. We discussed that yesterday.
Okay.
I think it's about, 7, 8 in the morning-ish.
So, as you're doing this, involved in this session, and you're 1, 2, 3, 4 hours away from checkout,
Right.
okay? Are you thinking, I gotta tell her I'm not taking her with me?
No, I don't think I was thinking thinking about not going, that's not going to be long term. But no, I think in my mind I was going to discuss that when we're packing and when we leave the hotel. And like I said, I'm just going to say, not the right thing, or I've got my, we're not going to do long term permanent, and I'm going to take you home.
Okay. But there's no discussion between you and Laura about that?
No.
Prior to?
Correct. No.
Prior to her dying?
No.
Okay. So as you're involved in this session, and I don't know the exact act, I've seen the map that you drew yesterday of the room and kind of how things happened. But as you're going through the session with her, and you get to, I'm assuming that's probably the ultimate part, the highest point where you're choking her, or when her air is constricted, the breathing or breath play. When you're at that point, I'm assuming, is that something that would be towards the end of your session, like the climax of everything?
It could be, and normally, probably yes. Normally, I suppose you progress that way in a activity or in a session.
Okay.
It builds.
Right.
How long would it take a session like this?
No, nothing standard. This probably was a couple of hours.
Couple of hours. So from the time that Laura expires, that she dies in that motel room, how much time did you have until you had to pack, or not only pack, but be checked out?
As I recall, probably a couple hours.
Okay.
A couple hours. So I'm thinking, I'm sure the records, would show time exactly when I'm leaving and what have you, but I think it's a couple hours.
But being very knowledgeable in BDSM, knowing that you have a dead body in a refrigerator back in Milwaukee or West Dallas.
Right.
To me, it's Wisconsin and Milwaukee.
Yep.
Okay.
Same thing, sure.
So, knowing that, now you're in this situation, in this session,
Right.
knowing that she isn't going to come home with you, knowing that she packed all of her got rid of all of her stuff, did as you told her to do. Knowing all this, and following through with the session to the point that it's almost identical to Jenny's session.
Pretty close. Yes.
Okay. I'm having a hard time, and I'm just having a hard time I fucked up once, shame on me. I still have a dead body in my refrigerator. I fucked up again, and I'm a expert or very knowledgeable in this thing.
Well, I'm not an expert. Yes, I have enjoyed it for a long period of time.
But you're in that session, you're doing that breath play, you're flirting with death. I mean, you know the last time, because you didn't do it with anybody else, between those two girls.
Correct.
You have to know that what I'm doing
It's dangerous.
is most likely going to kill her.
It's dangerous and risky. I wouldn't say most likely going to kill her. That would be too much.
Do you see where I see there would be a motive for you to kill her? I mean, do you see where I'm coming from?
Well, I can
That,
see, yeah.
oh shit, she has all her stuff with her. Oh shit, I can't take her back to Milwaukee with me.
But I don't know if she has all her shit with her, to use your terms.
Right.
And I know I'm only an hour away from home, so that the return at home is very easy.
To get her back?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But do you see where I'm thinking
Yes.
as a law enforcement officer, from my perspective?
Well, and I have a problem too, like with what Travis is saying, is being with that breath play and knowing the significance of it, and knowing that Jenny died because of breath play. To be right there with Laura, and for you not to be thinking anything about, oh shit, I might kill her. You know, like there's not, oh shit, I might kill her. There's not, oh shit, I need to be careful with her so I don't kill her. There, you're just right there, consumed by that breath play.
And you make it more intensive. You made it more intensive. I mean, you told us when we talked yesterday, it was more intensive than it was with Jenny.
With additional activities, there was like 3 different variation.
Mm-hmm.
Your tools were right there. Your tools were right there on the edge of the bed.
And you could have walked back, stopped. It would have taken you how much distance to move your hands to stop? And you didn't. You didn't.
How long did you think a medical examiner was going to tell us? How long does it take to choke someone to the point where you kill them while you're doing that with the rope? How long do you think?
I don't know.
Especially the thickness of that rope. I bet you it's going to say maybe 2 to 3 minutes. That's a pretty long rage.
I don't buy that Laura was killed by accident. I don't. I'm sorry. You know, I can see your point of view with Jenny. I mean, oh shit, I went too far. But you know what you're doing when you come to Rochester. You know how to do it. You've done it before. You're in the situation. You're in that session. Not sure what your motive is. But I can't buy that she lost her life by consenting.
There was no point that you orchestrated or that you implemented any measures to prevent her from dying from that activity, knowing what happened to Jenny. At no point did you think, okay, I'm going to not do this. I'm not going to do it to the level that I did with Jenny, or I'm going to make this very simple. I'm just going to do it really quick, and I'm going to count to 5, and I'm going to be done with it.
Right.
There was no thought or anything like that made you consider to make any changes with Laura.
No.
And so from our standpoint, when you're doing that, I mean, you had it, like I said yesterday, this isn't a traffic accident that happened that, you can move on from. Like, Jenny's a significant life event, that she died as a result of breath play, and you bring breath play back to the table, and no measures are implemented to ensure that Laura will not die from it. So that's kind of, and then you add all this other stuff that we've talked about, Steve, and it's very, I think there's a part of you that is struggling with really owning everything and really stepping up to everything here. And it's a part we talked about yesterday, that it's a part that you maybe don't want to admit to and be there and talk about this part of you that you're not happy with, this part of you that you keep concealed, this part of you that you don't want other people to know, that you really want to go right to the edge, and you're okay with right on the edge, and you're okay if someone dies. Because there's no safety harness here. There's nothing to help prevent her from not dying.
Do you understand what we're saying, Steve?
Yes, I believe I do, yes.
If it just would have been Jenny, we could understand that. But with Laura, you knew how strong you are, and you knew that you should have known, being somewhat informed about this, how long you can hold that rope. And you knew you were going to go out of control from your first experience.
It's at the climax of all of this. It's got to be the high point in that session.
It is. It's very erotic and very powerful and very. I think we touched on it yesterday. We were talking about control, and I'm not talking about in the BDSM sense. I'm talking about my control.
Self-control.
Self-control.
Yeah.
It's very. The dominant person, or the person who has somebody else very vulnerable, has to maintain control. Mm-hmm. Some small part of it always, feet on the floor, so to speak. You can only enjoy it so much. If you lose control,
they die.
You lose all of your control. That's the safety net. The safety net is the dominance, keeping some control. Self-control.
Unless we talked about the plan was to have her expire in that process, then it was very controlled and it was very planned. It was very
right. But there's no motivation there. That's not my intent.
But wait a minute. But you knew from your experience that keeping self-control was the way she was going to be okay. And you knew that if you lost that control, you knew the result of that.
Or it could be
the result. Not could. You knew the result.
You knew Jenny.
You knew Jenny. You experienced that.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
No, you're not. But you're not also being truthful with us.
I am.
You were aware.
I am being truthful. I did not plan. The loss of control that's a powerful thing.
But you knew that when you were at that point, the possibility of losing it was very strong.
Well, you know it.
Because the feeling is so good.
You know it before you start.
Okay, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. You knew when you get up to that moment how exciting that is. It's difficult. It's difficult to stop. But you knew the possibility here.
The point where
Steve, am I correct?
No, you're correct.
You made the choice to take it to that level again, intensify it, increase the activities, and you made the choice to take her, Laura, right to the edge again.
Yes.
And gamble with her life.
What I was going to say real quick, and I don't, sorry to interrupt. The mistake was the realization, and I agree with everything you said. The mistake was not at the moment of loss of control. The mistake was knowing that can happen from the first incident and how intense it can be. And I should have known or asked, can I keep 10, 20% control?
The possibility is, the fact is, that you were aware that if you lost your control, she could die.
And you gambled and you did it anyway.
This is, remember I said Russian roulette? That's no different. I think it's in some of these World War II movies where I'm drunk and I take the gun, I spin it, and I go like this, click, and now it's your turn, you pick the gun, and you go like this, boom. You took the chance that if it goes off, you're going to kill me. So now, are you saying it's an accident? It's not. That's no different than what you did with Laura. That's no different. See what I'm saying? When you picked up that gun, you put it to my head, and you fired, there was a chance that it might click, but it didn't. You killed me. That's still, you knew the possibility of you taking my life. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's no different than this is. That's the way I understand it.
And you picked Laura to do that with. You picked Laura to do that with. You picked Laura to bring breath play into. Laura has 6 children. 6 children. And so you not only took Laura away from Laura, you took Laura away from her 6 children and her friends and her family because of that breath play. Because you had to have that tool. Because you had to use that technique and that intensity.
And knowing that the last time you used it,
There was
your partner died. You knew what you were going to do coming into this.
well, the way you're saying it, you're inferring when you say you knew what you were doing. No. Made poor judgment, poor acknowledgement of the control or loss of control, knowing they had the first incident. My mistake was I should not have even went up to Farmington. Should have not introduced breath play with Laura.
Because?
Because of
Because of what?
Because of what happened.
Because of what? Because you may have lost control.
May have lost control, and
The result
will
is
I
death.
can be able to keep control.
If you
Now,
can't, there's a possibility, why would you even go?
Right, and I agree. I agree, and I asked myself that question, but I will not go where Travis is inferring. Travis is inferring something different.
What am I inferring?
It seems to me that you're going beyond that. You're going beyond that and making an inference that, well, for lack of a better word, this is just an intentional homicide. That's what it sounds like to me coming from you, and that is inaccurate.
But I
What is...
Go
Oh,
on.
no, go ahead.
Steve, I think what Travis is saying is that.
And I may have misinterpreted.
Here,
I don't want
let me try to get this out. I think what Travis is saying is that, but intentional or not, the knowledge of the possibility of you losing control, you knew that it could resolve as Jenny did.
Yes.
Possibility. When you went up there, like you just said, I shouldn't have gone up there. The possibility, taking that choice, you knew from your first experience. You knew that you could have lost control. You're going for that high grade feeling that is probably awesome. But I gotta tell you, you knew the results could have been in death.
I won't deny that.
That's what I'm trying to say. We're not with intent or not, but the possibility of death. And you pick up that gun, you put it to my head. It might have gone click, but it went boom, and I'm dead. Okay, because you knew the possibility.
I mean, the risk is that high with breath play, just like he's saying with the gun, a loaded gun
It's
in
not.
Russian roulette.
Listen to me. I know your career. I know how it started off, and I know something happened in that hotel room with that woman, and all of a sudden she went to hell. I understand all that, but you still, in your heart, you damn have to be honest with yourself. You got to look in the mirror, like she was saying yesterday. She told you to look in the mirror. If I look in the mirror, I see a lot of faults. I got closets in. I got skeletons in my closet. Not perfect. But you have to understand what we're trying to tell you is, and you know, this is going to be obvious when you went there, just knowing that the possibility that if you lost control could result in that woman's death, what you should have done was, I don't want to go. But that urge is so strong, you planned it out, you knew it. You knew that she was going to want a long-term relationship, and it was just about checkout time, and maybe you want to just have one more swing, make out, and it got out of control. Because maybe subconscious you thought maybe she wanted to come with you. I don't know, I wasn't there, but you do know by going there, you went and you picked up that gun. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
I want you to understand what I'm saying.
I do understand what you're saying. And I don't disagree.
I told you yesterday you were truthful with us. But I always told you that the truth, if you tell me the truth, I'm not going to open that door and you're not going to walk out. What I want to tell you is the judge is going to look at you with what kind of character you were. If you told the truth, you did what was right. But don't get caught at the end caught in a lie. Because if they get you up on that stand, or if this goes to trial, believe me, I want to tell you, you got a jury of 12, and you got a jury of 4 right now. Can you imagine 12 people? People are pretty sharp. You know, you know your stuff, okay? But don't take what Travis is saying back. He's trying to get you. Hey, listen, people are going to look at it that way.
They're going to see the evidence that we see. You know, because we put our cases together. They're going to see all the evidence. Okay?
Well, I mean,
And that's what I'm trying to say. You know, I'm not trying to jump you. I know we just met today.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not trying to get off the wrong foot with you. All right.
I'm telling you, even if they say you can strangle someone in 3 minutes,
Yeah.
let's say 2. That's a long fucking time. 2 minutes. Time it. It's a long fucking time.
And the amount of force that's involved in that isn't just.
No,
I mean,
it's-
you gotta be palms up.
And it's hard.
I mean, you gotta reinforce your elbows against your ribs to pull back. I've never.
I would think that you in that moment is like getting off. What's the word I'm looking for?
Ejaculation.
Ejaculation. Okay. I couldn't imagine that feeling for 2 minutes. Okay. At some point it stops. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And how many times?
it is.
How many times did she almost die while you got this? I mean, we just know about the final result. But what if you're doing this and you only do it the first time? And I'm just going to use numbers, 30 seconds, and she's flopping like a fish. Excuse my language.
At what point does she get? If she's on the bed with her knees, and I'm sure her knees went underneath her because she's fighting out, and you're waiting on her.
I mean, and
you were standing.
she's
You were
flopping like
standing.
a fish. And then how long do you have to wait for her to gain consciousness? And then do you say, "Can I please do this again?" Or you just say, "Oh wow, that was fun." Wham, and we're right back to it.
I was saying, I was just standing behind her, and some of the description, there's not flopping or there's not.
Well, maybe she was grabbing her throat, trying to pull it up.
Yeah, because
She couldn't
there's
have
her
been
hands
handcuffed.
handcuffed behind her back.
Do you see how this is going to look at a jury?
Oh.
I forgot about that.
Oh, it's going to look ridiculous. It's going to look terrible. I know that.
That's why you got to be truthful.
And then you have you got the victim, and then you have the inability or the not understanding the BDSM premise, of course. So if somebody doesn't understand the BDSM premise
Would
at
you
all,
translate for me, please?
But
with
same with the
BDSM,
foundation,
the
the kind
BDSM
of control.
Okay,
the
thank you.
if the jury doesn't understand BDSM at all,
Don't explain it to him, believe me.
okay, well, but they're going to need more than just a little overview or a few definitions. If the jury truly doesn't understand it at all, or just then it's very difficult. It would be helpful.
Even if they understand it, they're not going to appreciate it.
Right? No,
They're not going to have the same understanding that you have.
I don't completely disagree, but I certainly hope, I can only hope that a potential jury or people involved have some knowledge of it, at least to put it in context.
That's why it's so important for you to be honest about it, and talk about that.
Can I ask a question? Can you please describe, because you just started to, what was Jenny, or I'm sorry, well maybe not Jenny, I'm worried about Laura right now because it's more intensive. You say you stop and start and stop and start and stop and start. So what is her body doing? I mean you just talk about what you're doing and how the euphoria is getting, how you're getting into it and you're excited.
Right.
What is she displaying to you in her body language? I mean, and again, I use the term loosely about flopping like a fish,
Right.
Because she's out of control, having a convulsion, having a seizure, whatever. I don't know a better way to describe it. I mean, was that happening? Was she seizing? Was she convulsing?
Short of going too far. And I know we touched on it a little bit yesterday. I thought with Jenny and maybe Laura, there's sound, moaning and groaning. There's moving of the head, the body. There's enjoyment on both sides. There's intensity on both sides. With the intermittent constriction and then back to normal, and the bondage and the whole control. There is two-way enjoyment in these activities. It's not just one completely taking enjoyment and the other person not. There are people, it may or may not have been Jenny or Laura, but some people play with breath play all the time. That's like their main.
Okay, but let's not talk about them, because we're worried about Jenny.
I understand, but I just want to portray and show you that it's not some until you cross the line or excessive, but up to that, the hand choking, nostrils, the gag. There's a lot of pleasure and enjoyment by her also.
How do you know that you crossed that line? I mean, you said that there's pleasure up until that point, you cross the line.
Well,
how do you know that? Like, what do you see in that process?
The crossing of the line is obviously the constriction of breath to a point where causes death.
Yeah.
That's the obvious.
And what I find interesting is that in order to have that crossing of the line, then you have death. So you're taking it to such a point, and I'm wondering, well, how do you know that it's getting to the point where you need to stop, but you're already right there, and then how you know you need to stop is she died. I mean, right? There's nothing that, what you're saying is everything you're interpreting from her is that she's enjoying this, the way that her head is moving back, she's there, you're behind her, and you're hearing the groaning and stuff like that. There's in that situation, and her hands are behind her back, cuffed, so she can't grab at anything on her throat. Right. She can't do, but is she pulling with her head? Is she doing any of that? At this point, her head is the only thing that she has really control of, right? To move. Because she's bound and she's in this position.
Kneeling, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, the head was back and forward. And
so her head.
The sounds.
The sound.
Excuse me. Yesterday you said she went limp and she fell. So she went limp and then she fell. So if she fell, you must have released it and then she fell.
Well, yes.
That's what you said yesterday.
So you noticed she was limp. And I let go, and the first thing that happened was she fell.
And you didn't try to catch her?
No, she fell, and
off the bed.
I may have, but I didn't. I mean, she fell quickly.
She's women. This all of a sudden she's boom, because you let her go. You let the rope go.
How much time was between these chokeout sessions? I mean, how long does it take her to recover, and then how do you know when she's ready to do this again? I mean, do you say
are you saying the amount of time between tightening and loosening it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, even when you're pinching her nose or when you have your hand around her neck, how much time does it take her to recover from that?
That's hard to answer, because when that's done, when the breath play is over, whether it be nostrils, or whatever the activity is, then you may be doing something else. You may be, doing touching, rubbing.
So you're distracted. You're not paying attention to how long it's in between because you're distracted by the other.
Well, but while you're doing the other activities, the breath play is not occurring.
Yeah, and she's
it's
recovering.
like a break.
Yeah,
break
it's a break.
So she recovers quickly. I mean, it only takes a few seconds for her to get her breath back, and then
in most cases, yes, that it doesn't take a long time between. You would be able to begin again if you wanted to. You could have continued. You could have continued longer if you didn't increase the intensity, because what obviously you must have cut it off completely. Obviously, if you do that too long,
and if you wrap around 3 times with a rope this thick, you got a wider band,
right?
And you're more pressure. And you knew the possibilities. See, you knew the possibilities.
How many women have you done breath play with? Many? Numerous?
Well,
A lot?
breath play includes a number of activities.
Okay.
Choking, for example, I mentioned yesterday. That's very common in
Okay.
BDSM play.
Give me a rough number. How many times have
You
you?
know, 5, 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
5 to 10.
But how many
Oh.
women have you did breath play like you did breath play with Jenny and Laura, where you're not you're using the rope,
Yeah.
you're using the ball gag and the nose,
Yeah.
and you're
Probably-
combining with the manual.
Probably nobody to that level.
So just those two.
To that, yeah, those activities, a combination of all three, three multiple activities, forms of breath play.
Okay. So the two that you've
Choking,
gone that far with.
choking, for example, is very common. That's probably been done a lot.
Right. So the two that you went that far with, they're probably the only two that
Yeah, that
you've
level.
taken that level of play. Which resulted in their deaths.
Yes.
I forgot to ask yesterday, the ball gag that you used on Jenny,
Yes.
is that the same ball gag that you also used on Laura?
Well, there's no way to know. It's possible.
I don't
It's
know how many
possible.
of those you
Yeah,
have.
I probably have a couple. So I can't answer if it's exactly the same one.
And I assume the ball gag, you put that on her, or did she put that on herself?
It can be done both ways. Usually I do, but it can be done as part of a protocol ritual type thing. They have the submissive put it on themselves.
Do you remember who put Jenny's on and who put Laura's on?
I believe that in both cases I did.
What did you do when you cleaned up after they died? You cleaned up where they defecated. What did you do with those towels?
That would have been just. It wasn't very dirty or anything. I think I rinsed them off in the sink. And I believe I left them there for housekeeping.
Okay. And when you and Jenny checked into the hotel, what name was the room under? Who checked in?
I don't recall.
Did you fill out the I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't recall exactly.
Did you fill out the same the information on the vehicle box?
I don't recall what kind of form they had or what.
Yeah, but you know the one I showed you yesterday?
Yes.
And you put the all
Yeah,
information?
yes.
You put a, look, I forget what kind of car it was.
Yes, the answer is no. I filled it.
For Laura's, but for Jenny's, you don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember? Okay.
And you remember you paid cash for the room for Jenny's room that you guys stayed. You paid for that, or did she pay for that?
I paid, and I believe cash.
Okay.
And,
So after you dump the bodies there, and then you see that on the news, you see that, right?
I did not see it on the
Yes,
news.
okay.
I
When
didn't-
did you first learn about it?
I learned about it days after the paper came out, and I saw like the Sentinel Journal, Milwaukee Sentinel Journal, came out and it had an article, and I remember the article talking about the location, and talking about organized crime, years ago, and
Okay.
that type of stuff,
And what did-
the mob and all that, and but I saw it a couple days, I think, after it came out.
Okay.
2 or 3 days later.
Okay, so what did you think then when you saw that in the paper?
Well, I think my first thought was, well, it didn't take long, and it didn't surprise me because where
Was it oh shit for you, or
it was an oh shit moment, but an expected oh shit.
was it a relief?
Maybe. Like I said, at first I said my first reaction was didn't take long. Then my second reaction was, well, I don't think I expected it to take long.
Did you start thinking, oh shit, be coming after me now?
I figured, oh yeah, I figured that that again, there was not a lot of effort in practical sense to cover anything.
Right. Did you think about Laura's family or Jenny's family, about maybe their reactions, or?
Well, I thought it would be significant that it would be big news, positive news ultimately, I would think, for both, or anybody with somebody missing. Any news is good news, and
because they had been missing and now they had been found, ultimately bringing closure to them.
not a good disposition, but something concrete for both.
Does anything go into play, like I need to take off, or I need to continue going to work, I need to keep up with my routine, or I'm just going to wait and see what happens?
I didn't really go there. I never even considered anything other than just continuing going to work, and but I didn't even think about it in a sense of a strategy. Just went about going back to work, back and forth.
So
Nothing.
you just put it in a compartment, just compartmentalized it again, like you did throughout the whole process, right?
Sounds like it. Sounds like your description of that. I didn't really see much of another option. What do you do at that point? I didn't think that. I suppose I figured, what other choice? What other behavior do I have? I'm going to go to work, do my normal activity. I think there was a part of me in the back of my mind that figured it won't be all that long before the old shit came the other day, at work, and it's an old shit. But it wasn't I don't think it was unexpected.
When the girl walked in,
That would.
and he walked in and saw you
At work.
But I gotta tell you, you saw me coming, and then you walked this way with your coffee cup, and then you came back.
Yeah, I think I put my coffee cup down and at the door. And,
Did you know the gig was up at that point?
well, I assume. Well, at first, my very first thought was, oh shit. My second thought was, oh, maybe Gil's got some additional questions. But then Jeff was with him. Then there was other multiple guys, and didn't take long before there was, some attention on the car.
All those security guards. There was more security guards than were police officers.
Well, and it just happened, and it's so video.
I was trying to sell the story that he was a victim, and we need his car because we want to dust it, so we're going to tow his car, and he's got to come down for a lineup. And that's what I told him. But they already know if the police are here and they're going to tow your car before I even told him.
Yeah. So that went to hell.
I think Kenosha people are here.
Okay. I just have a couple
No, please go
quick
ahead.
questions I wanted to throw out at you, if that's all right.
Sure.
So you're not very tech savvy as far as phones, smartphones, all that kind of stuff.
Correct.
How about videoing or photographing anything? Did you ever photograph your moments? Did you ever videotape your moments?
No videotape ever. I have photographed in the past, but none were photographed or videotaped in Jenny or Laura's case.
Okay.
Can I just stop you there? On that question, have you ever photographed yourself on those sites?
Say that again.
Like you take a picture of yourself to send in, not of an app, but of yourself.
to send to who?
To
like
like
Color Me?
yeah, something like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, a self shot is
Okay, that's what I meant.
displayed on Color Me.
Okay.
So would we find pictures of you in an act on?
Just one picture. It's just a casual picture of me sitting on the couch.
But
So
not in BDSM.
No.
Not in a
no,
sexual
no,
act.
no.
How about a Dropbox account? Do you have anything out there on the cloud or
I don't even know what
On
a
the
Dropbox account is.
that you would share anything with somebody else?
No.
Any type of files or
No.
nothing? Okay. Email addresses. How many did you have?
Just I have the one.
The Steve.
53227. That's an old zip code number at
Okay.
Yahoo.
That's the only one you have?
What about Mr. Kaufman? Am I missing something?
That's a handle, that's on the profile.
Okay, after you got, I'm like you, I'm not, okay, Mr. Kaufman. Okay.
Yeah.
What about peer-to-peer sharing?
No,
Okay.
no.
All right. As far as other sites, websites, Color Me, what other ones?
That you
For this type of.
no, did
yeah.
it? Well, yeah, but that you are specific to that
you're a member
that
of,
you're a
or-
member of, or that you were, you know, like how Jenny was a member of alt.com, right?
Yeah.
You know, other ones like
Yeah.
that, like you
There's,
were-
there used to be, it no longer exists. It used to be bondage.com.
Okay.
That I don't think exists recently anymore. They closed that. Alt.com. And those are pretty much the popular ones.
Okay. Were you a member of those for able to do chats or discussions?
Yeah, and Color Me the longest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, bondage.com,
Color Me.
colorme.com, alt, that's alt.com.
Right.
Any other ones?
No.
How about any other porn sites?
No.
Nothing. Okay. So your username was Mr. Cuff, was that on all of them?
No, Mr. Handcuffs.
Oh, Mr. Handcuffs, okay.
And that was originally just a play off of law enforcement at the time.
Right.
You know.
Right. How about passwords for, do you always use the same password?
Overall, yes, or slight variances.
Okay.
If need be.
What were your passwords?
Oh, God, I have no idea.
Like if you were going to log in, if I got your laptop right now and you log in
Color
and call me,
Yep.
what's your password for that?
lowercase or
Lowercase, and always, if there's an issue, always try lowercase and try the uppercase S, the first letter.
Okay.
Well,
What is it?
I think it's
Security 3.
And three's a
Number 3.
number 3.
Okay. And then you weren't smartphone savvy, you say, but did you use your phone at all for any of the activities as far as going online for any of this stuff?
Well, my smartphone, and I'm not smartphone savvy. I work with it. If you looked at activity, you'd say this guy doesn't really use a smart. He doesn't need a smartphone. He could go back to a flip phone.
Okay. But would you use it to go to
Yeah, I
college?
can go to Colony on it. Yes.
Okay. And would you do that?
On occasion, yes.
Okay.
Usually, if that would be done at work during breaks or whatever, I can check mail and.
Right. Would you ever use your work computer for anything?
No,
Or
no,
you didn't?
no, because you couldn't. Because one reason you couldn't is they've got filters.
Firewalls.
As companies do
Right.
for
Right.
personal sites and certainly anything related to pornography.
So it would be your computer. Would be your computer or your phone?
Laptop, smartphone.
Okay. And that laptop that you shared with Gil back
Yep.
when he was there the
Yep.
first time, that's the only laptop you had?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
the women were naked. I know, as the master, are you naked when you're doing this stuff to them as well?
No.
So are you fully clothed or just in
Yeah,
underwear?
usually many times fully clothed. Similar. These type of pants. Similar. That's common. That
For you?
for me
That's how you do?
across the board, it's pretty much a common thing.
Okay.
And that whole differentiation between clothed and unclothed,
Yeah.
that has to do with
The hierarchy
Yeah.
of status, yeah.
States that you've been to. How many states have you been to?
In my life, many. Prior to having a little bit of an economic setback, I used to enjoy driving. I've been to Vegas, New Mexico. I drove through Texas, Illinois, probably through Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania.
Kind of all over.
Yeah, I've been all over. I've met Florida many times.
Do you ever have any legal issues in any states?
No.
How about Florida? Nothing?
Nope. If you find my name anywhere, it will be a Stephen Zelich, maybe a different middle initial. It would be a cousin.
Okay.
And he was born and raised in Washington, Wisconsin.
Okay.
He had some issues, I believe, drug related.
Okay.
But No, I have no
What about
legal issues anywhere.
What about legal aid? There's when you go online, your number comes back
Oh.
to Stephen Zelich as representative of legal
That's
aid.
Legal Shield. That's
Legal
a
Shield, yeah.
home-based business I represent.
For you, you.
I represent them. They do it in a way where they commission-based.
Oh,
They
okay.
don't have salespeople. They have independents. So it's a it's a home-based business.
And what is it about?
Oh,
Legal
it's
Shield?
the short version is it's legal insurance. It's geared towards the middle 80% of the population. Lower 10% will have a public defender. Upper 10% can buy any type of legal coverage they want economically. This gives you a set package of benefits for a monthly fee. It's considered very affordable. Anything not in the set package of benefits, 25% off the hourly rate of the law firm.
Okay.
And it's a national network of law firms. Each state, major city probably may even have two. I know, for example, ironically, where Travis is from, the law firm that handles Wisconsin is so big they handle Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Okay. Okay.
I think the city of Chicago probably has two major law firms.
So like wills and
Yep.
and if I
Phone
haven't
calls.
paid my bills and I have lawyers or
You get-
debt that's coming at me and I need someone to talk
When
to.
you run through that stoplight and the officer gives you a ticket,
Mm-hmm.
most, a person has an opportunity to go pay your ticket in city court, or mail it in, or go to city court. You don't have a lot of options.
Mm-hmm.
Here, they'll represent you. They'll send an attorney to
Okay.
city court, and you don't even have to show up.
Okay. And then what about what year was it that you ran into those financial troubles where things kind of changed and you weren't able?
207.
2007. Okay.
When the
And then-
real estate,
market crash.
nationwide, just market crashed.
Yeah. And so since 2007 and things got tight, have you just pretty much been in Wisconsin, or have you been
Yeah.
or
My whole,
into Illinois? I guess Chicago's so close to. I mean, Illinois is fairly easy.
but my whole life has,
Just kind of been
Shrunk
here
down
in
from
the West
Chicago.
Dallas area.
to basically best describe it as getting by. Paycheck to paycheck, just getting by.
Okay.
Now, do you have credit cards?
I have down to one checking card.
So a
Associated
debit
with
card or something?
debit/checking card with Chase Bank.
Okay, and do you use that?
Yeah.
Do you use it for everything, or do you use cash typically?
A lot of cash. Since 2007, got rid of all credit cards. Because I had to, subsist on credit cards for a short time. Because everything was in the business endeavor. Everything.
So if you order something online now, for like your sex toys, the BDSM stuff.
Yeah, I haven't ordered something like that for a while. But
Okay.
yeah, it would be the one account.
Your debit card from Chase.
Yeah.
Okay.
But economically, I haven't probably purchased much of that. Go ahead.
Steve, I'm just kind of curious. Would you tell me exactly how much is your rent?
$465 a month.
What else do you pay?
Phone.
How much is that?
That's $80.
Anything else?
Utilities, We Energies.
How much is that?
Depending on the air conditioning or the heating or whatever, that can be $1,500 more if when the heat in the wintertime.
Okay, and your cell phone?
Cell phone is the cell phone is the 80.
Okay, anything else?
And maybe another 25. There's a couple of things that are related to the Legal Shield,
Okay.
Legal Shield business, website, and
And how much do you make an hour?
16, 15.
Okay. Thank you.
So how much do you bring home after your 2-week paycheck?
If it's no overtime,
Yeah.
because keep in mind, you take that figure, and I've got because of the 2007 situation, I've got like 2 or 3 garnishments lined up.
Okay.
Taking money
So
out
they're
of
taking
your
money out of your check
Well,
Yeah.
to the tune of what?
well, legally they max out at 20%
Okay.
after taxes net,
Okay.
so that hurts.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So when that's out, like in your typical paycheck without overtime, what you bring home, like what
the
goes
average
in?
no overtime check would be right around upper 700, anywhere from 775, maybe right around to the 800 mark.
And is that for 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Okay.
And that's pretty much a no overtime deal.
I was kind of curious. That's why I don't mean to be personal, but
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering, why is he so tight? Because you work all these freaking hours.
Wow.
You work a lot, yeah.
Wow, and the more I work,
The more they get,
the 20%, the more they
It's-
take
it's
on
their
that
work.
garnishment. So
Yeah.
I'm working for that. I don't get to keep much. You know.
Okay. What's the most with the overtime that you've actually been able to clear? When you
Well, I
subtract
had a good check, the last check, 2 weeks ago, I believe. That was about 1,300,
Okay,
and that's a high one. That's a pretty
Okay.
high one.
okay, okay.
And that's after, and Gil knows because he's been watching. That's after busting my ass.
Well, I've been telling everybody here, you bust your ass.
I work all the time.
And the money is terrible, and it's definitely hurt by that 20% garnishment.
Yeah, it'd be different, yeah, without that for
How
sure.
much, how much money is the garnishment? What's the
The
amount of money
total?
you have to pay back for the garnishment?
Oh, well, there's several of them because I had to live, with this destruction of the business. I was living on credit cards, most of my credit cards,
Are you
for a year at least.
500,000?
Well, maybe not quite that high. I think there's one for 9,000, one for several thousand. He hasn't filed it yet. I think my former landlord, I think there's one coming. He's 7,000, 7,500, and there's several of those. I was getting phone calls, and the process. I know there'll be additional getting in line, going through the process of civil,
Litigation for it.
yeah, and small claims or very whatever the process is, and there'll be additional lining up garnishments. So it won't even be the 2 or 3 that are lined up now. There'll be additional.
Okay. Anything else for us, Steve?
No, not that I really.
I don't think I have anything more on my end at this time.
I'm fine.
Ready for a cigarette break?
Oh, I
540, okay.
appreciate it.
I think what we'll do is we'll go back over to that foyer area again.
Yeah,
But what I want to do is I want to walk the hallway to see who's out here.
sure.
Because I don't want to parade you in front of everybody. And see who's out there so we can have some privacy.
Much appreciated.
Okay.
I guess Ken Ocean's here,
Okay. Okay,
so I think he wants us to brief him.
okay.
I'll just get, can one of you sit here for a minute and keep him company? I'm just going to go check the hallway.
I'll see.
Okay. Thank you.
Steve, if anything else comes up, anything, anybody you're dealing with knows how to get a hold of you, okay? If you need anything from me personally, or if you need to talk to Travis or any of that type of stuff,
Thank you.
Gil.
Thank you.
And again, I appreciate you being candid, and I don't mean for it to be frustrating for you, but I needed to kind of process it. That's kind of how I
I
am.
can only hope. I can only hope from my point. I'm not sitting from a position of strength. I can only hope. Sometimes you guys are trying to make a point. You articulate things in a way so much nicer than I can. I hope overall you're walking out of here behind closed doors and saying, "Hey, he's at least, he's coming. I don't want you walking out thinking, hey, he's not. He's all over the board. I got nothing to be all over the board about now.
No, you didn't say anything different than what you said yesterday.
I want you guys to. I'm hoping that behind closed doors, you guys say, hey, straightforward. He's trying to help himself, help everybody. I don't gain from not helping.
Stand here for a second while I get my left.
Yeah.
I don't gain from not helping.
Yeah. No, I understand that, and I know it's been a lot that's come at you and a lot of people, and it's it's just that's how it has to be because of the different areas that are impacted by where Laura and Jenny were and happened, and all that type of stuff. And
How's the? Not that it really matters. Very unfortunately, I'm hoping there's limited medium deliciousness or attention or
You know, I think that will die down. You know, always in these cases like this, initially, they really want information, right? And they try really hard to get information, and any little bit of information gets broadcast over and over and over again because they want information.
Yes.
And then, you know, eventually once it's all kind of out there, and you know, as far as, you know, like in this case, we didn't know who Jenny was initially. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you're working on that and making that official to be able to disclose. Once some of that stuff done, it will start to die down and then move on to other things. And then the media is what it is. And I just know in this case, you know, they want information like anything, right?
Sure.
But then as soon as the next story comes along,
Yeah,
they'll be off to the races. Yeah.
Forget this one. Give me the next one.
Yeah. And you know, it's one of those things. It's I don't know, we've gotten really bad in general with the media, you know, blowing things out of proportion or just restating the one little nugget over and over and over again,
Right,
you know?
right,
I mean, it gets crazy
right.
with that, for sure.
And feed the 24-hour. They want something.
Yeah.
Stephen Zellich is handed over to detectives from Rochester, where investigators believe Laura Simonson was killed.
Steve, these are two detectives from the city of Kenosha, which is the area where the hotel is.
Yes.
So they want to talk to you about what happened. Obviously, this is another recorded interview,
Sure.
and this might be repetitive for you, but they haven't heard your story yet.
Sure. No problem.
Do you mind if I step out while they talk with you, or do you want me to be in here for it?
I can go either way. That's whatever is. I
Okay.
have no problem either way.
And what I'll do is I'll see if I can't snag a bottle of water right away.
Fantastic.
And just so you guys know, we already read him Miranda. He said that he'll wave and he'll talk to us, and our digital recorder's on, sort of thing that you're saying is being recorded. So,
Okay.
anything for me before I leave?
No, we should be good.
Okay. You'll probably have to remind him of your names because he's met a lot of people today.
Oh, I
I
bet.
don't know if you want little
We have
placards.
two. We have two. One is Vinny. One is Patrick.
Yep.
Patrick Vinny. Patrick Vinny.
Yep. Don't need placards. You're all good.
No, I'm good.
Name's yours.
I'm good.
Okay.
At least
And his name is Steve.
Today is keep
Okay.
it in order.
All right.
Well, Steve, first of all, I appreciate you giving us the time to speak with us.
Absolutely.
Like Investigator Jeff had indicated, the reason why we're here is because the hotel where you claimed that one of the incidents may have happened was in our jurisdiction. So the
Yes.
jurisdictional boundaries lie with us, so that's why we're out here.
Bring it into
We're going to try and make it a lot more short and sweet. And then what we'd like for you to do is to take a ride with us back to the city, point out the hotel, just so that we can confirm
Great.
we're in the right place.
Right.
Are you okay with doing that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to emphasize, and I'm sure you heard from these guys, that ultra cooperative, whatever you need, I'm gonna.
Absolutely,
Take care
we
of it.
appreciate that. And kind of just to rehash here, you were at Miranda, you understand your rights.
Yes.
Okay. At this time you have waived a set of rights and you are willing to speak to us about what happened.
Correct.
Okay. Kind of as we're talking, I'm going to probably jot some notes down.
Sure.
Detective Pat might as well, but it's just so that our heads, when we go to write our reports, they're just refreshed as well.
Absolutely.
Why don't you start to tell me about, I guess, the incident that may have happened here, or in our jurisdiction in Kenosha?
Well, I guess I'll do the short version. We went through extensively a couple of times. The first night, I think it was Wednesday. Boy, that was a marathon evening. Wednesday, long day, well into the wee hours of the morning, regarding the hotel there, and I believe it's, after looking at a map, they had a Google map today. I believe the one we're going to go to is the Comfort Suites,
Okay.
right near the rock stop. I think that's the one where we will be going to. But that's certainly the area. But that's the hotel where the first incident occurred at.
Okay. Do you remember approximately when that occurred?
They have it. They have it in conversation. I think it's late 12 or early 13. I'm not sure. I think they have it better identified. And it's hard to pinpoint exactly.
Okay.
I don't. But
Do you remember if it was like summer, spring, or if it was winter, fall type?
I think it was. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure what we discussed
That
the
was
time
wild.
frame. I know the second incident was November of 13.
Okay. Like you said, they had given you a time frame. I'm assuming that was Jeff and
And
Carrie.
Carrie from the FBI and Gil
Okay.
from the state.
Does August of 2012 ring a bell as the approximate time frame?
That could be accurate. Yes.
Okay.
I think it was through the discussion
Sure.
that was pretty much determined to be pretty accurate.
Okay. Tell me, you mentioned her as being Jenny. Tell me how you met Jenny.
Jenny was met online on a website, initially on a website, Collar Me,
Is it COLLAR?
M-E, yes.
Okay.
And that is a meeting site, but that's BDSM related. That's
What does BDSM stand for? I'm sorry.
that's a kind of a alternative bondage, discipline, submission, dominance type of website.
Okay. So you meet her on the website, and
We talk, and she's got a profile. I had a profile, and at some point either I don't recall whether I first maybe approached her or she approached me, but nonetheless we started conversing back and forth on the website.
It's like a social networking as well.
Yes.
For it, and did she go by her full name or did she go by?
No,
her
she
name?
went by her a handle. You create a handle or a name, and I didn't know right away, but we I believe it's through yesterday's conversation. I think her handle was Princess JMG. Princess and capital JMG, and I guess that's her. Those are her initials.
Did you know what her last name was?
Yeah.
What is it?
Gomez, Gomaz.
do you know how old she is?
I want to say at the time she was approximately 19.
And where was she from?
Well, initially it was out west. It was Oregon, and what stuck in my mind was Eugene, Oregon.
Okay. So how does she make it to Wisconsin?
She flies in.
Okay.
And let me just for full clarification, she was 19, and I probably made initial contact on Colony with her. She was probably 16 and a half initially.
Oh, so you had like a 2 to 3 year relationship?
Well, a period of time, and then she was 16 and a half-ish, and then there was a period of time of no contact at all, a couple of years. And I guess as it turns out, she was going to school. I believe she went to like a junior college type thing, and then she kind of recontacted me after quite a period, a good period of time of absence. Maybe a year to 2 years during that time. So that's where you have the age difference.
Sure.
All of a sudden she's 19, and then we reconnect contact-wise at that point.
Okay. So at some point in this, you end up, or she ends up wanting to come for you guys to meet.
Yeah.
Okay, and where was that?
Well, she flew into Mitchell Field, and
from Oregon?
I want to say Oregon, but I believe it could have been Vegas because I believe she had a week to 2 week vacation with friends or whatever. I think she was in Vegas, and then from Vegas she was coming to Wisconsin.
Yeah. Okay. And then you picked her up at Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what airline she was in?
Not specifically, no, I don't.
Do you remember if when you picked her up, if it was during the day or in the evening hours?
It would have been maybe early evening or late afternoon. It was still light out.
And in August it would have been
Yeah.
light out.
Late,
So,
right.
So then once you guys meet, what happens?
Well, we meet, and then that would have been, we would have met on it would have been a Friday. It would have been a Friday.
She flew in on a Friday?
Yeah.
And you picked her up
The arrival would have been a Friday
and you picked her up
at Mitchell.
at Mitchell. You
Right.
drove
Yes.
your car? Or
Yes.
do you know your car or what car you had at the time?
Yeah, 2002 Saturn,
What color was that?
white.
Do you still have that car?
Well, I have it, and it's now impounded somewhere.
Okay, so it's the current car that you have now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you pick her up, and then what?
And we drove to south. My intention was, at least initially, hotel. And I'm not hugely familiar, but familiar enough with, say like Highway 20 and Highway 50 down to Racine-Kenosha area.
Sure.
Rod Stop, that general area. And there are a number of hotels there. And so that I picked one of those hotels.
Okay.
North of the Rod Stop.
Okay. So you go right from the airport to the hotel?
Yep, pretty much right directly to the hotel. Trying to think if there was any stop, or I don't believe any food stop or anything like that. I think right to the hotel.
Okay. Did she have any belongings with her?
Yeah, she had a suitcase or two. She had a pink suitcase, pinkish, and possibly another bag, another smaller suitcase.
Okay. Was her intention, in your speaking to her, was her intention to move here?
Yeah, I think overall, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I think it was. Her intention was going to be long term.
With you?
Yes. With the foundation with this type of BDSM type of relationship.
Okay.
That was the premise.
Okay. Now, when you say that, what do you mean by that?
Well, I don't know how familiar you guys are with BDSM and all that, but it's a dominant submission type of control hierarchy type of basis. Some people see some of the accessories and some of that, toys, accessories, and then they see and they don't understand exactly what it is. It can be certainly sensual, sexual based, but that's generally not even the focus.
Okay.
It's more of a type of interaction. Leadership, follower, dominant, submission type of dynamic.
Okay.
With those type of various different tools and toys, and and where depending on the couple or people involved, it can be sexual or non-sexual. It covers a wide variety of activity.
Okay. So when she was coming down here, what was your guys' relationship going to be in that aspect?
I think her intention was full time, and that was probably the discussion we were having, full time.
Where she was submissive to you?
Yeah, and then she was going to be here permanent, and it was going to be a kind of a submissive all the time, 24/7 type of.
Okay.
But she would reside with you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was definitely what was discussed, and I think that was definitely her understanding.
Okay. And that's just through your guys' conversations on the internet?
Yes.
Did you guys have, obviously you had conversations on the internet, kind of like the messaging, but did you guys have direct phone contact ever? Like, as far as you were able to hear her voice, she was able to hear yours?
Yeah, I can't, I was asked that before and I can't recall. We certainly were communicating on the
Like an instant
website, the instant messaging, and the site itself. You could send what would be equivalent to an email,
Okay.
message back and forth. It also has a chat feature, which is like instant messaging.
Okay.
And then, of course, instant messaging that I would also utilize would be Yahoo. And the phone conversation with her, I was asked that, and I cannot recall. I don't recall if we did any phone, actual voice
Okay.
prior to a meeting.
Okay.
So when she came to Mitchell, how did she know who you were?
Well, I was waiting, at the concourse and everything, and I think based on, your picture in the profile, and,
Okay.
and we had, I had seen her, and in fact, I had actually seen her, like on cam on the computer.
Like a video chat?
Yeah, or at least she had. I didn't have a video, but she had a cam type thing, so I was able to, see her on occasion.
Okay. Alright. So once you guys go to the hotel room, what occurs in the hotel?
Well, the short of it, I want to give you the short version because boy, we talked at length. The short version is, it was Friday night. Friday she arrived. We stayed Friday night and Saturday. And Saturday, because the checkout was going to be, like Sunday, 12-ish or so, whenever the normal checkout is. And so we spent Friday and Saturday there. Even I think Saturday during the day we even went east all the way to the lakefront. I think on the way back we had dinner. On the way back, there's a Perkins restaurant.
Sure, kind of like this thing.
Yeah, and stopped there, and in between that time was there was this interaction, general interaction, nothing too serious or significant. I guess you could call it partially a get to know you period, a little bit casual.
Like part of the BDSM, you mean, interaction?
Yeah, a little bit of that. Kind of mixed with, you would call normal. We call it vanilla. Vanilla is a reference to non-BDSM.
Okay.
So then that's Saturday, spent the day. Had some interaction, physical interaction, Saturday night, BDSM related. And then probably Sunday morning, again, knowing that checkout's going to be 12-ish or so. And we had, early in the morning, we had a so-called, some play or a session. These are all references, terms that BDSM use, and then which ultimately got very out of hand and ended in a huge tragedy. But the short version of it, we went through this extensively.
Sure.
Last night and today. There's an activity or reference to breath play, breath control. That is accomplished through very common in BDSM. Can be choking, can be closing off the nose, nostrils, can be rope around the neck. It can be some people are so advanced they do hanging. It's all related to breath constriction.
Okay.
And many times the motive, I guess, for that is, or the basis for that is, again, control. Many times the person receiving it enjoys that too, almost kind of a, I'm hardly an expert, but kind of like an autoerotic type of effect. And ultimately, that Sunday morning, she was, well, I was using rope, and ultimately, there was constriction, and then I would release, and various touching, and and ultimately I got probably very excited. There's no doubt there's an arousal, there's an erotic sensation, and while this was occurring, at some point it became evident that I don't think she was breathing anymore. And then I also, and this was explained, and caused by the rope, there's no question about that, there's no other cause possible. Then she, they asked one question I was asked, well, how did you know she was, expired or passed away or not breathing? Well, one of the first signs were she bodily waste, so she, defecated, not a large amount, but defecated, and put her on the floor, and it wasn't long thereafter, and you guys may know the term, I forget the term, that last breath, that expelling of air.
Okay.
It was pretty apparent that there was no breathing, and this went way too far.
Gotcha.
But
when you guys were in your session, was that on the floor? Was that on the bed? In the bathroom?
Right.
Where did that occur?
on the bed of the, and I had drawn a little diagram. But the bed, and middle of the bed, and then she was side of the bed, closest to the bathroom, and and so it's middle of the bed on one side, closest to the bathroom.
Okay. No. When you're behind her, do you have the rope then around? You're holding the rope, or is it something where you put the rope around her neck prior to? How does that work?
Well, prior, at some point I put it on, maybe not initially. And I think I put it on 2, maybe 3 times, but I think 2 to 3 times around. And you pull, constrict, release, constrict, release, constrict, and that's very, very erotic for me, control-wise, very erotic, and can be very erotic for the person receiving. She was, you could tell there were where it appeared, and very, very exciting, intense, that type of thing, and ultimately, obviously my responsibility. I can't lose control. It may be pleasurable and enjoyable, but it's far more important. I shouldn't be enjoying so much to where I lose control. And I believe I lost control, or I lost sense. I lost the monitoring aspect of it.
Okay.
And I think I started to enjoy the session and the activity to a point where I was no longer monitoring like I should have.
You kind of described, so it's around her neck 3 times. Then
2 to 3 times, yes.
Then there's some tension, then a release, then a tension. So for you, is the arousal kind of going up and down, or?
Maybe, but overall it's pretty high. Only
Okay.
because it's the total control. It's the actual act, the breath play itself. It's the overall maybe submission and control overall. I will add, just so you get a picture, the rope is around her neck, ball gag in her mouth, so you get that muffled sound. It sounded very pleasurable. She'd bring her head back, on your shoulder, and it seemed to be very erotic and pleasurable for both. It certainly was, for me, but it appeared to be for her too.
Sure.
And it's a control thing you referenced for you, correct? Does she have any say in the whole thing, or is that part of her submission to you? Or
Great.
And I've heard things about safe words and stuff like that. How did that work in this arrangement?
In this case, there was no safe words. There are safe words in BDSM depending on the relationship. I've always thought and felt and not used safe words much, if at all. On the other hand, I always also thought that I was, let me preface before I answer that. I started enjoying BDSM probably age 19 or 20. So it's really it's kind of been a lifestyle, lifetime thing. But to answer that specifically, I never have used the safe words because I never had a problem not keeping control, monitoring the safety and well-being of anybody that I've ever been with. And although this breath play is one of, if not certainly one of the higher level activities, just by the nature of the breath and obviously the repercussions of something going wrong, or the chances of something going wrong. But so no breath play was used, or no safe words were used, and and I don't know if the safe word would have been an issue in this case. Everything seemed to be fine until towards the end. And then I must have gone past a point of monitoring. The failure in my part is the monitoring, or not realizing.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't do that. Look at where I'm sitting talking to you guys because of it.
Did she have any other than the neck and the gag, did she have anything else? Any other bounds? Or?
Yeah, gag, mouth gag, the rope, which was attached last, and handcuffs on the wrists. Legs were free.
Okay. Rope attached last to the neck.
It was handcuffs and gag.
Okay.
And then the third element was the rope.
So it's progressive?
Yeah, we started with the handcuffs and the gag.
Okay.
And the rope in this case came into play because it was going to be breath play around the neck. And breath play can be, I think I mentioned earlier, it can be the choking and nose, nostrils and the rope hanging. It can come in different forms, but this case was rope around the neck. So.
No, was she handcuffed in back as well?
Yeah, behind the
Okay.
neck. Legs free, or ankles, legs free.
Okay. So, after you felt that she had passed away,
Yes.
what do you do thereafter?
Well, that's the moment of truth, and believe me, these questions were asked already. That's the moment I have to decide. I can either call 911 or call management, call the hotel, call somebody, call police, call rescue, or panic and do what I did, and took her, and instead of reporting it, put her in one of the suitcases, closed the suitcase, packed up everything, went downstairs. I don't recall if I went and got a luggage cart and brought it up to the room. Well, I must have. Or if we had it in the room, or maybe just found it in the hallway. But then I brought a luggage cart into the hallway, stacked all the luggage, including the pink luggage, which had her in it now, and rolled it out to my car.
She had 2 suitcases. What did all of the stuff in the pink one fit into the other? Did you take everything of hers with you? Or did you leave stuff in the hotel?
No, I took everything with me,
Okay.
and put it either in her second bag or piece of luggage, I think, which was smaller, and or in any room in my pieces of luggage. So, but everything left the room.
And we mentioned that you defecated, so that obviously would have left some sort of mess.
A little bit of, not terribly large.
Okay.
And I went to the bathroom and I took either a small bath towel or washcloth type thing, hot water, and I cleaned it up. I think I rinsed out the towel, and I think I left it there for housekeeping. With the other towels.
So no sheets or anything.
No, it was more. It came out. I think a little bit ran down her leg, a little bit, and a small amount on the carpet.
Who paid for the hotel room?
I did.
Okay. Did you pay it with bank card, credit card, cash?
I believe I paid cash, and in discussion, you can go all the way back to 2007. And after law enforcement career, I went into business. In 2007, I had a massive business failure when the real estate market nationally collapsed.
Sure.
And I had a title in mortgage company, and those both just evaporated. And since that point, I had to, because of that, for a period of time, I had to live off credit card probably for a year. Business startup and credit card, massive debt.
Mm-hmm.
So, all credit cards now at this point, I don't have a credit card. I have one Chase card, Chase Bank. That's a debit checking card tied to my checking account. And I use that or cash. So I use a lot of cash or that, but no true credit card.
Okay. Did you get the room under your name or was it under her name? Do you recall?
I believe it was under my name.
Okay. Do you use your real name? Like
Yes.
when you get a hotel? Okay, so you don't use...
No full alias or something, no.
Okay.
No,
Alright. So after you unload the luggage in your vehicle...
Take or
What
load it in
happens
my
there?
vehicle or whatever,
Mhm.
and drive home. And we believe this is August-ish.
That's what we were told as
Yeah.
well, like you had said,
And that's warm. So she was taken, the suitcase was taken. Of course, now what do I do? I'm still in there. I have no idea what I want to do or what I'm going to do. I have no idea. She comes in, the pink suitcase comes into the house. I take her out. Well, I empty the refrigerator because my only option is how long do I have with the heat of August before you're forced to make a decision. She was put in the refrigerator, and really, my thinking I think was to buy time and figure out what I'm going to do.
Put in the refrigerator inside the suitcase still, or
No.
just
Outside the suitcase, naked, outside the suitcase, and of course you can imagine you get the shelving and all that. I have to take the shelving out. and now you pretty much have the empty
Shell
of a refrigerator, and put in there, door closed, and seemingly problem solved. Well, I'm making almost light of it because it's not a problem's not solved, but it gives me time because I get the temperature issue.
Correct.
Sure.
So that is where she stayed for quite a while, and then in further discussion, the refrigerator's empty, the shelves and all that's out, and I can't use the refrigerator, so a lot of fast food or eating at work or whatever, I can't use my own refrigerator. So in retrospect, it's ridiculous, but that's exactly what happened.
Sure.
And she stayed in that refrigerator. That was in August of 2012.
Right.
When was the next time she came out?
Very semi-recently. November of last year. November of 13.
For 2013.
Yeah. November, yeah.
And when?
And that's ultimately. No, I take it back. No, correct that. I correct that. Correct that. November of 13 approximately is when I take her out, put her in the suitcase, back out with the second suitcase.
Is it she went back into the original suitcase, that pink one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then in the trunk of the car, now because that's now being winter, November 13 into this past winter.
Okay, now you're saying the trunk with the other suitcase. What do you mean by the other suitcase?
The other suitcase is a second incident that occurred early November of 13 in Minnesota.
What, without getting into details about that incident, what occurred in that incident?
Very similar basis, very similar BDSM, very similar circumstances. And that occurred in Rochester, Minnesota, where I talked to the detective today. And early November, I think the first week. And that was the first incident after Jenny. I mean, that was the first in-person contact, BDSM related, with Jenny, and then second girl, Laura.
Okay. So you didn't have any more BDSM meetings with other females?
No.
Basically in that year?
Correct.
Or what would it be, 8 months, 9 months?
Correct.
10 months?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say very similar, you're saying that you use the breathe control?
Breathe control, probably a little bit more elaborate in the second one. They rope, and then I think I did utilize some choking and some nostril, all the elements. I think it was a little bit longer session,
okay,
and maybe a little bit more extensive, or a little bit more. That's what I'm looking for. Did a little bit more things, or utilized a little bit more techniques or tools, so to speak. And it was probably a little longer, and it was definitely intense and very similar in circumstances. Although basically very
how do you had said that, you know, you have to monitor breathing of the submissive person.
Right.
And when you go, how do you monitor it? I mean, what, do you practice things with different people and then you just kind of know, or you just kind of,
It's a combination. It's really the most important part has to do with me, the dominant person, can't get so caught up in the scene or the enjoyment or whatever. You have to basically keep your own control. A different, not the kind of control we're talking about
Sure.
with the person, but you have to kind of separate yourself and can always monitor. You can't fully enjoy. You have to. You can't allow yourself to fully enjoy or to fully lose. Kind of at the moment, the monitoring aspect. And that's really what I was referring to.
okay.
And that's what didn't occur.
So by you trying the new technique with the nose and going further into the breathing control aspect, you don't really know until you use those techniques on that person,
And
then you just monitor that person throughout
overall,
the session.
that is correct. And what creates an additional problem is if, while I'm doing that, because if I'm just doing that, it would be okay, because I would still be monitoring. It's getting caught up in the enjoyment in the moment to where you're not any longer doing that, monitoring. You're just caught up in the actions and the fun and the enjoyment and the erotic aspect of it, and you're letting it get away from you.
So during the course of this session, are you both nude, or are you nude? She's not nude.
She is and I'm not.
Okay.
And that's kind of common.
Okay.
And that has to do with the dominant submission thing.
Okay. And then getting caught up in the arousal aspect. I mean, are you maintaining control while masturbating? Are you maintaining control while, you know, to where you can get caught up in your own masturbation, ejaculation thing, and that's where you kind of get out of control on the other end? Is that how?
It can for some. Sexual arousal is not always part of it.
Okay.
Or masturbation or erection even. It certainly can occur. Many times does. But that, amazingly, is not the focus or not always the central point of it. For myself, the best way to describe it is, in this instance, there was no sex involved. There was no masturbation. There was no ejaculation. But there was still incredible arousal and enjoyment and eroticism and lack of control and all of that things. But sex by that definition did not occur.
Okay.
So,
No, I understand.
Okay.
I appreciate you explaining that to me.
Yeah.
Is that similar to what happened then with Jenny, or was Jenny?
Same thing. There was no sexual intercourse, no masturbation on my part, no anything. I was clothed, she was naked. Very similar in that respect, and the dynamics were very similar.
Okay.
To some people who may not fully understand it, it's the control or the obedience or restraint and all these BDSM dynamics make it erotic.
Sure.
Ironically, I don't want to speak for other people, but just as what I know about BDSM and that whole lifestyle, there's a lot of it, big chunk of it, that is not sensual, erotic, but it's not sexually driven necessarily.
It's more of the control aspect.
Yes.
And then, so it's more of a control aspect from the one end and more of the submissive aspect
Yes,
for the other.
yes.
And those roles, if I'm not mistaken, can be reversed. It's not always a male being the dominating one.
It can be
Correct.
either or. Right.
Okay.
It's the role, but not limited to male dominant or female submissive or whatever. It can change, or it can go certainly both ways.
Okay, but in your case, and you're speaking to, we'll stick with Jenny specifically.
Sure.
It was your male dominance, she's female submissive.
Yes.
And that was the intentions on your entire, the relationship sessions that you guys had, and that was the premonition she comes to here.
Yes. Yes.
To
100%.
to Milwaukee,
Yeah.
essentially.
100%. Yes.
Okay. So, after the both suitcases are in your vehicle, what occurs, I guess, from November to, I guess, to the point where we are now?
Yep. We're I still didn't really have a plan or a clue or a resolution. Winter gave me the temperature to, I mean, can you imagine this? Because I step back and think it's part of me, it's like, you're kidding. But can you imagine all winter long? Home to work, work to home. I mean, trunk full for all winter. I mean, it's just, when I look
With
back.
both, right?
Yes.
This one.
Yes. It amazes me, and I was living it. It's crazy. But that was it. So with cold weather, it was weather driven. Plus, there was two. The second one, I could not do anything with inside. I only had a small apartment refrigerator and no other way to, change temperature.
Sure.
So yes, to answer your question, both in the trunk through the summer or through the winter, into the spring, and until recently, or pretty recently. And then ultimately they were, it was getting warm out. We had a little stretch of about a week of a little warm weather.
And that's about it.
We had, maybe less than a week.
Yeah.
It hit 80 or upper 70 to 80-ish maybe for a couple of days, and that was about it. And but that was enough to where it's basically forcing me to do something with this. I can't keep both suitcases in the trunk all summer.
Right.
That's something that you came to the conclusion of, or were you starting to notice that other people were?
Well, that occurred, and I'll get to that. I was starting to notice first because there was, as temperatures generally rose,
Absolutely.
inside the car. I had to use deodorant and spray.
Mm-hmm.
I would notice. I'd have to open the windows, and it was slowly building. Still, though, at a point where outside the car you wouldn't notice.
Gotcha.
And then there was an incident. I'm sure maybe you guys have read through reports or talked to the guys. There was an incident at my place of employment where, for the first time, it became noticeable outside. And no doubt in my mind that that incident, of course, prompted me to.
Did someone specifically say something, or?
Yeah, I was walking out of the building, and I was passing a guy, and he made a comment. And of course, just by his comment, I knew what he was talking about. He had no idea whose car that was. He just said, "Oh, the white one over there," and and he didn't make a big deal out of it in passing to me. He mentioned it. I'm in a security uniform, so that's why he mentions it to me. But it didn't take, we're passing, and I'm a distance away from it. And I said, "Oh, okay, I got in it." And my intention, I was heading out there anyway to go have a smoke break.
Mm-hmm.
And but that was the first, and that was again during the warm weather, the first outside person to notice.
What did he say?
Well, he said there was an odor over there, or he said there's a strong odor over there, or something like that. Well, I knew immediately what he was referring to, and then my understanding is I don't know exactly who, but he went in and must have told some other people, and I went and at that time I went to our overflow parking lot, where we do our smoke breaks and everything. And then I sprayed some deodorant, and you know, it was obvious that you know, it was warm outside, and this was going to be an ultimate problem that had to be dealt with, you know, and so ultimately, because of it being forced to by the weather, wee hours in the morning, it was a weekday, after, you know, and I ultimately went out and didn't really dispose or attempt to conceal too hard, but took both suitcases and put them on the side of the road.
Out here in Walworth?
Yes.
Somewhere. Do you know where you were?
No, I mean, I have no idea this area, you know, whatsoever. I mean,
How did you end up here?
just by chance, I took from Milwaukee, I took the old Rock Freeway 43.
Mm-hmm.
What is it, Beloit? I think he is the closest to the state line going southwest. And then I even went on south of 39, a short distance into Illinois. Went a couple of miles maybe into a visitor turnaround or visitor center type thing, went to the bathroom, and then came back, and on the way back, we just was really looking for, you know, a dark place off the main freeway, and didn't know the area at all, you know, and ultimately where they were left was just dark and quiet, and really had no idea where I was. Yeah. I mean, I knew in general, I shouldn't say, I knew the freeway, I knew in general where I was.
Sure. Do you know what day that was, or what night that was, or even a ballpark?
Well, no, because not out of memory. I think through discussion and when it came to light, I guess when it was discovered publicly or by law enforcement out there or here, it was in the wee hours. I know it was like 1, 2, 3 in the morning when I stopped and dropped the luggage off.
Okay.
And I want to say, and this is through discussion with the other guys, if it was discovered, I think on a Thursday or Wednesday or a Thursday type of thing, I'm sure it was probably Monday night. It was only a day or two after that it was.
And you left. You left from work, right, to start heading this way?
No. This was no. You know, I work 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay.
And this is like 2 a.m. in the morning.
Was it the same day you had that incident with that guy, though? The same day the co-worker had noticed that smell? I guess it would be the following day, but that same...
Yeah, that same evening maybe.
Right. So later on, but if it's 1, 2 in the morning, obviously it's going to be the next day.
Right. And I'm thinking that probably prompted me to take that action and do that. Yeah.
Why during that time frame, from November after the second incident to, you know, you drive around with them in the car, were you ever worried about, man, if I get stopped by the police or if I get stopped?
I was all the time. You know, I was always worried about, you know, very common, because I was, you know, patrol for a long time, and you know, the common question, you know, I mean, I had nothing to hide other than obviously what was in there, but in general, you know, the common question, hey, you know, you mind if we search a car, or, you know, I mean, they do that just to random checks.
Yeah, just to see what's going on.
Yeah. Or what else certainly came to mind, I was worried about an officer coming and maybe, you know, like a canine hitting on the odor for some reason.
Sure.
You know, I don't know if the drug dog would have picked up on that, or certainly, you know, an investigative cadaver dog would have, you know. But those things crossed my mind. Oh yeah.
Were you ever stopped? In any of
No.
those? Not in the last 2 years ever?
No.
Did, were any of was Jenny in particularly, were you guys, whether you guys, did you use alcohol, drugs, pills, anything like that?
Not while we were together. No, ever. You know.
Did you know of her having a history or anything that she ever indicate to you?
I think she enjoyed through conversation. I think she enjoyed some various drugs specifically. I know probably marijuana.
Okay.
I recall she would, she did a little bit, I think she was a little bit of a free spirit. I think she probably organized these get-togethers. I don't know what they call them. They had the bright lights and the music, and they had these
Like a rave type?
kind of a rave type thing. And I think they would move around, and it wasn't always her responsibility, but I think she would or had arranged a few of them, you know, or got involved with the organization of them or whatever. So.
So do you feel that your actions? Do you feel that your actions ultimately killed her, or what do you think happened to her?
No, I think, well, yes, I think that ultimately the breath play and the actions, yes, I think I was responsible, yes. I want to make it clear that I went over it with the other officers, you know, I think it was for the reasons that I've described to you.
Sure.
Versus, you know, because, you know, one of the detectives said, well, did you sit and plan it, you know? Was it premeditated, Steve? Did you sit and plan it? And I said, no. I said, this is my interpretation of what happened, you know? So hopefully that answers, you know, your question.
When you're having the sessions, and I guess particularly with Jenny, can you just describe to me, like, at that arousal point where, I mean, initially you have that control where you're pulling and you release it,
Right.
pull it, release it, pull it, release it. Does it get to a point where you're pulling harder, or is it more of a longer?
I think
How does
both.
that-
I think both. There's pulling and releasing, and, you know, and then there can be, you know, there can be hair pulling and touching, and, you know, it's a whole control thing, and then back to the breath play, that being a very big type of activity.
Sure.
But yeah, well, probably, I think no question in my mind, intensity and duration went too long.
Okay.
And at some point it went past the point of a person, you know, it cut off breathing too long.
Do you think that after that happened initially, had you called 911 or had you called for someone to help, do you think that would have saved her or helped her out? Or do you think that...
I don't think so, but I don't know that for sure. But it certainly is possible, but I really don't think so. I think that I was too long, too hard. But again, I'm not. I just can go with what I think. I'm definitely not
Right, none of us will
EMS type person or whatever.
And we're thinking that it was her not being able to breathe, not like there was no like. Did you hear like some trauma to her body as it happened?
No.
So you're pretty. I mean,
I feel it was the cutoff of the breathing.
and the playing with the in and out.
Yeah.
Okay. Did she appear to like fight any of that? I obviously I'm new to a lot of this, so I understand there's probably some sort of you hit a nice, you hit different peaks and valleys of some sort.
Yes, and as you're describing that, what you're describing is the sound, the muffled. And,
Sure.
and then, so I think in that session goes that way, and it's all positive, and it builds, though. It also builds the eroticism and builds the excitement and everything. And then at some point, I'm going to say that probably she's fighting, but I'm not noticing. That's the problem. At that highest level, that's the problem. Because I'm thinking, at that point, we would all fight that. If it's not being released enough, and then there's at that point where, there's going to be some. I'm not sure exactly what kind of struggle she could do.
So I guess to paint a picture here, she's almost.
Yeah, no, this is the bed.
Mhm.
Edge of the bed right here, the chair. Where I'm standing here. She's got.
He's actually just supporting her stature
By
through her knee, kind of like a knee.
Yes, yes.
So as we're tightening, is her body? What was her body doing? I guess.
Well, during the earlier stages, nothing noticeable. Nothing noticeable. Because she's supported and I'm holding her, but she's controlling her head. You know, her head, and I hear the sounds, and it's all seemingly all very good.
Mm-hmm.
At the end, I'm pulling, and I can tell I don't see or notice any struggle or fight, but what I notice, and I described to the other guys too, was the limp. At some point it went limp. And limp, and then some defecation. And down her leg, a little bit on the floor. And then those two combinations, I think I had a very bad sign.
Were you able to continue to support her weight as it went limp and hold her in that same position for any period of time? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A body losing, kind of going out, or was she able to kind of stay in that position a little bit longer? Or
Yeah, it limp, but because she's, knees, I'm thinking that, if she were standing, then it would be dead weight.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she's on the end of the bed, and I think that's still supporting her a little bit.
and resting against you a little?
Kind of back, yeah.
Okay, so her back's pressed against your chest?
Yeah. And, but I still can feel a difference. I still can feel a difference. So that's why I described it as limp. It's different than it was earlier, but because of just the physical positioning, it's not like she went limp and fell on the floor immediately. She's still kind of propped.
Was there a time frame when you first felt her go limp or that extra body weight come? How long did we still have pressure before we realized that we should let go of the, you know what I mean?
I would like to think not too long that I realized. It's when I am realizing limp or a difference, and then at the same time the defecation. That one was a big indicator. I don't know exactly how long, and that's where my lack of control and euphoria, or maybe just not being exactly in the moment of where I should have been.
Yeah.
What kind of rope are you using?
Oh, I originally purchased it probably online somewhere for BDSM supply stores, and there's lots of those you wouldn't believe online.
Sure.
You would believe it, but it looks like it's a wound rope, but not real thick, not real thin, and it had stitched or sewn ends to keep the end from fraying, because normal. How would you describe that rope? Like a rope. There's a ponytail or a braids or hair. The braiding of a rope.
Right.
If you didn't have that, it tends to open up on the ends.
Right. Was it? I guess my naiveness in bondage. Was it black red,
Yeah,
yellow,
no,
green?
it was a light tan or very light brown, and it was. I would describe it as not. You might think that thick. It wasn't that thick. It was kind of almost. Wasn't real thin, but it was smaller in size.
No, that rope in particular. Did you still have that rope? Did you dispose of that rope?
Well, I didn't. I didn't dispose of. I took off. I took it off from around her neck and took the ball gag out.
What was the ball gag look like?
The ball gag is like a red rubber ball
Okay.
with in the middle plastic black leather straps.
Okay.
Buckles on the back.
Do you still have that?
Well, I've got now the specific same one. I've got or they have. Law enforcement has. The law enforcement was over at the house in the car and all that, but they have. I probably have a couple ball gigs there. The rope. They found the rope, the exact same rope. It was the exact same rope. May have been. I don't think on Jenny. On Jenny. On the other, Laura.
Okay.
Similar incident, but I didn't take the rope off.
Okay.
Whereas Jenny, I did.
You didn't take the rope off of Laura?
Right.
Okay.
So.
So when Jenny was in the suitcase,
Yeah.
was there anything on her at all?
I don't recall. I mean, certainly no ball gag, no neck rope. There may have been some rope, and if there was, that was the rope used. I mean, that was the type of rope that
And what about the handcuffs? You said she was handcuffed.
she was handcuffed. During the incident, during the session.
Okay. And then did you remove those handcuffs, or you kept those on her?
I believe those were removed.
Okay. And where would those be at? Do you know?
They would be in. I had two suitcases.
Did you have multiple handcuffs, or just one set?
Yeah, I think I had multiple. Oh yeah. There's a larger suitcase, maybe in a smaller suitcase, full of so-called toys and accessories and things like that.
So after your November incident, were there any other incidents up till this date? Okay, so you had no other meetings, occurrences,
No,
sessions with anybody?
not at all.
Did you have any other sessions or occurrences that occurred down here? Did you meet with people, I guess, prior to Jenny, so prior to 12?
Yeah, no, not in the Kenosha or Racine area or anything. No, it was a one-time. Not even 100% sure why that location was picked, but I was familiar. I was familiar with the Broad Stop. I knew there was hotels in the area, and
Sure. Excuse me. All right. Well, I'm gonna go get Jeff again,
okay.
and then if you're still willing, we'll head up by us,
Sure.
and then head right back
Sure.
this way.
I got a huge favor. guys.
Smoke? I hear it. They told us that they like to smoke. I go do that from the way.
I'm down to one cigarette, and Jeff said he's gonna buy me a pack.
Oh,
I
okay.
got $10 in my wallet.
No,
That's all that.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it.
But I have no, and I'm emphasizing, and I'm sure you guys talk to everybody, talk to Jeff and everybody. I have and will continue to bend over backward, and some instance. Well, we're way out of hand here, and but they've been treating me like $1 million. Really have, and I'm doing my darndest. I have you guys. Rochester,
Yep.
Gil from the state, DCI, Jeff, and the FBI, Carrie. And I'm doing my best.
And we have no intentions on breaking that trust and treating you well. And we appreciate all the cooperation that you're giving as well.
We just gotta make sure we know exactly which hotel. Do you by chance remember which room?
No, I was asked that. Boy, that.
Do you remember like a floor or anything? Do you remember having to take an elevator? If you had got the rolling suitcase thing, do you remember if you had to
I
take
do. I would say yes. It was not first floor, so I'm thinking. I want to say third.
Okay.
Rings a bell. Third feels about right, but boy, there's no way I'd remember a specific room.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
okay, we'll do that, and we might be able to get you something to eat on the way or something. Sounds like you're I think we'll go out. We'll figure it out. We're not from here, so we're trying to figure this thing
that's
out.
all right. You know,
I think he said he was going to be bigger.
But they're right out this way. Is he in there?
Yeah.
Just roll that one.
yeah, that's all right. It's like a maze, though, if you don't know. You know.
Exactly.
Stephen Zelich later pleads guilty in connection with the deaths of Jenny Garmes and Laura Simonson. Prosecutors never identified a clear motive, only a chilling pattern of sexual encounters defined by control, ending in death and deliberate concealment, leaving investigators convinced they had stopped a serial killer who was just getting started. In Wisconsin, Zelich pleads guilty to first-degree reckless homicide and hiding a corpse in Jenny Garmes' death. In Minnesota, he pleads guilty to second-degree murder in the death of Laura Simonson. Stephen Zelich is sentenced to a total of 70 years in prison across 2 states, with the sentences ordered to run consecutively, effectively ensuring he will never be released.